함께해주신 분들께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 오후 1시부터 2021 대한민국 에너지 전환 컨퍼런스가 진행될 예정입니다. 현장에 계신
Ladies and
분들
gentlemen,
모두
please pay
참석해 주시기
attention.
바라고요.
From 1 p.m., Korean Energy Transition Conference 2021 will begin. So please enter the conference room and take your seats. For the smooth process of the conference, please turn off your mobile, change into vibration mode. Simultaneous translation will be provided for today's sessions. For those who need interpretation service, please adjust the channels of the receiver on the table. Channel 1 is for Korean, 2 is for English. And for those of you who are watching through YouTube channel, the World Energy Council, the largest private international energy organization, is conducting a survey targeting workers in the energy industry to select major issues that reflect the current trend of the global energy industry. The survey is conducted in Korean and consists of questions about the importance and degree of uncertainty for a total of 25 issues. Coffee coupons will be sent to those who participated in the survey, and your participation will be very much appreciated for the further development of the industry in the future. The survey period is until December 3rd, and the survey link was sent to the registered participants by email. However, if you did not receive it, please tap the We Academy menu or W Academy menu on the WEC Korean Member Committee website and participate through the survey participation link. The WEC Korean Member Committee launched a Kakao Talk channel called WEC Korean Member Committee to provide energy-related information and events every week through card news. To promote the useful information channel, we're holding an event to give prizes through a lottery to those who added this Kakao Talk channel to subscription by 2 o'clock today. And we're giving away coffee coupons as gifts. Right now, please search for WEC Korean Member Committee on Kakao Talk, subscribe to the channel, and write your name, mobile phone number, and consent to personal information in the chat window and send it to complete the application. The winner will be announced through an individual notification message at the end of the special session, and please take note that if you do not fill in the correct information, you may be omitted from the list of winners. Then, we ask for your participation and hope that you'll receive useful information every week by subscribing. Thank you. I'll see you soon at the conference. Thank you for a few more minutes. Thank you.
반갑습니다. 2021 대한민국 에너지 전환 컨퍼런스 둘째 날 컨퍼런스에
Welcome
오신
to
여러분
day
진심으로
2 of
환영합니다.
Korea Energy
오늘도 여러분과
Transition
함께합니다.
Conference
아나운서 문소리입니다.
2021. I'm
그리고
host for
오늘도
the
마크
conference,
대표님께서 함께하고
Moonsori,
계시는데요.
and
인사
here with me we
나눠주실까요?
have Mark Teto.
반갑습니다. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mark Teto, co-host for today's conference.
네. Thank you very much for being with us as the master of ceremony. And how's yesterday for you?
I actually had a lot of fun yesterday. Fun and also very informative. I learned a lot. And I was just very impressed. We learned a lot about technologies. And I was so proud that our Korean companies are also leading the way in these technologies for clean energy.
Right. 맞아요. 저도 정말
대단하죠.
우리, 예, 기업인들 뵈면서
That's correct. I was
잘했다라는
impressed
생각이
and
많이 하게
proud
됐습니다.
of
굉장히
how
유익하고
companies
즐거운
have been
시간이었는데요.
performing in
제게도.
Korea, and
오늘도
I had
다양한
fun
프로그램들이
yesterday
많이
as well. We
있습니다.
have a lot
과연
of
어떤
program
일정으로
today,
준비되어 있는지
and
마크
let me
대표님께서
share with
설명 좀
you
해주시겠어요?
the today's
Yes, let me tell you
schedule.
about
Mark?
today's program. First, we will have a special session under the theme of Humanizing Net Zero, Employment, Equity, and Justice. Then session 3 will begin at 3:10 p.m. regarding clean energy technology innovation, investment, and cooperation. And from 4:40 p.m., we will begin the fourth session, Net Zero Era, the Future of Oil and Gas, and How to Respond to It.
그렇습니다. 오늘도 유익한 시간들 준비가 되어 있으니까
So we are looking forward to informative sessions. So please stay with us and leave comments on YouTube. Due to COVID-19, the conference is broadcast live via the streaming service on YouTube, and many watched yesterday's sessions. And please provide your feedback and comments on YouTube. We see many participants online, and the participants left the message to expect the great stories about energy transition. Let us begin day 2 of the conference with a big round of applause. We will begin day 2 of Korea Energy Transition Conference 2021. Thank you. That was a great opening of day 2. And we are going to begin the special session. And we are going to hear the presentations on humanizing net zero employment, equity, and justice. Mr. Mark Teto will introduce this session, please.
Yes, let me introduce the theme for our next session. Although the world is making efforts to achieve net zero, currently the policies pivotal to making it happen are far from the level that members of society think that they can embrace. A truly net zero society should be built on active members' consensus and participation through a fair, economical, and just process for all. Unlike Europe, where a social consensus has been substantially reached already, in Asia it is necessary to look at net zero in the context of humanizing. The World Energy Council and the Korean Energy Foundation aim to explore diverse interpretations and perspectives on what net zero means in each country of the Asia-Pacific region, and to share concrete ways for transition and to translate a new vision into action by establishing a carbon-neutral strategy with the use of each country's unique strengths in terms of citizens, industries, and policies. We look forward to a great session today.
그렇습니다. 저도 기대가 되는데요. 함께 만들어가는 탄소
I'm looking forward to create the session, and let us talk about and think about the humanizing energy transition.
Now, please welcome the first keynote speaker. Angela Wilkinson, Secretary General and CEO of World Energy Council, will make keynote speech on humanizing energy, closing the energy transition implementation gap. Please watch the video.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and to everyone online today, hello. As the 6th Secretary General of the World Energy Council, I'm delighted to be part of the Korea Energy Transition Conference 2021. I would like to thank Mr. Sung-wook Moon, Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy, for hosting the event, and Mr. Kwang-sik Kim, Chairman of the World Energy Council Korea Member Committee, for hosting this session. I was recently in Gwangju to attend the Bixpo 2021 conference, and I'm delighted by the high-level conversations on energy happening in Korea today. My goal today, indeed at every event, is to remind us that humanizing energy is the best way to avoid the urgency of global energy transition creating a new threat to global peace. Today, energy is front-page news across the world. A lot has changed in recent months, yet what we have learned as a world energy community over the last 100 years is more important than ever. First, energy is a system. Behind every button, switch and fuel pump is a myriad of connections. Second, energy transition is a process, not a destination, and it can't be delivered all in one go. Third, diversity in energy systems is increasing in the broadest sense, and this presents new possibilities and challenges in energy security and resilience. Fourth, the future of energy cannot be predicted, but better energy futures can be co-created through a combination of innovation and collaboration involving all levels of diverse and connected energy societies. These 4 points are as true now as when the World Energy Council was first formed in the early 1920s. Then, the transitions to coal and oil were essential to save the forests and whales and in ushering in a new era of energy for peace. Societies were grappling to recover from a global influenza pandemic and about to experience a market crash followed by the Great Depression. The transition from steam power to electrification and life at the press of a button helped usher in an era of energy for prosperity, and the promise of clean, cheap and convenient energy uses enabled better quality lives worldwide. Even after 100 years of electrification, however, billions of people lack access to basic energy. Our 100-year energy heritage in building the world energy community through 3 different eras is unique and the foundation for convening the new global common sense needed in today's era of energy for people and planet. We do not simply think about energy to predict winners, nor advocate for any country, company or technology. We focus on the power to co-create energy systems for billions of better lives and a healthy planet. And this is best achieved by building bridges between diverse energy needs and interests and addressing the growing risk of extreme polarisation. COP26 is still underway as we speak, and net zero plans are being announced almost every day. Korea, Japan, New Zealand, Hong Kong and Australia have announced net zero targets by 2050. The geopolitics of green energy is still unfolding, and energy security now extends beyond oil and gas to include data, technology and non-energy resources. Issues of how to transition, the costs of transition and affordability are major topics in all regions. We need to better prepare all levels of society for the real choices involved. That's why our Humanising Energy Vision and Action agenda is focused on mobilising the middle to move in this decisive decade of delivery. There's a third P in public-private partnerships. It's people. Energy literacy, or rather illiteracy, remains a major barrier to change. Whilst people in this event are conversant in energy, that is not the case in societies around us. Most people do not understand that currently only 20% of energy uses are electrified, and 100% renewable electrification of all energy uses by 2050 cannot be achieved. And that's a challenge for all of us. Success depends on involving more people and communities whilst progressing multiple pathways in a common direction of more sustainable energy, climate neutrality and social inclusivity. Our ability to join the dots between multiple agendas and stakeholders is unique in helping governments, businesses and communities face 3 significant cross-cutting challenges: recovery from crisis, repairing our planet and regenerating our societies. One of our leadership tools, the World Energy Trilemma Index, was launched more than a decade ago. It enables individual countries and diverse regions to learn with and from each other about what's working and what's not working in progressing energy transition. It measures and tracks policy performance in terms of energy security, environmental sustainability and energy affordability and equity. In our 2021 index, Korea ranks 32nd place and is amongst the top 5 performing countries in Asia. This is, however, is no time for complacency. Current debates around the price of energy and the full costs of transition have exposed the trickiness of managing energy security, sustainability and affordability as energy systems become more diverse, digitalised, decentralised and decarbonised. Now, as I've said already, we've learned a lot in 100 years, and the 5th lesson we all need to bear in mind is that energy technology transition always involves societal disruption and transformation. The world needs solutions for the many, the bottom third and the middle classes, not just the fortunate few. A clean, affordable, resilient and sustainable energy future will involve new uses and behaviours, new policy design approaches, tax system reforms and other institutional innovations. Few people in societies today are prepared for the real choices and depth of change involved. And there is no silver or green technology bullet. New solutions will include a mix of clean and climate neutral heat, power and fuels, more flexible storage options, new financing models and proactive infrastructure planning. The next big thing in energy is not a global technology bet or moonshot, but thousands of smaller steps by cities, community-based cooperatives and digitally active energy customers. We need to better connect top-down with bottom-up, whilst also connecting horizontally across sectors and all levels of society to engage the whole energy ecosystem. This brings me again to our humanising energy imperative. We are extending our World Energy Trilemma framework to enable provinces, cities and communities. Our agile and inclusive approaches to building forward together now include a policy simulator, community-led transformathons and city-led energy transition sprints. And our World Energy Transition Radar is helping monitor the speed and direction of global energy transition. Real progress is not in COP-in commitments nor a COP-down plan. Unless people are, and communities are, and feel involved, the silent majorities of modern energy societies will simply cop out of the process. Our 100 years of learning in energy is why the theme of the 25th St. Petersburg World Energy Congress next year in October 22 is Energy for Humanity. In St. Petersburg, we will celebrate the role of communities, countries and companies in building forward together and demonstrate why public, private and people partnerships are the best way to ensure diverse and connected energy societies flourish together through energy transition and transformation. So let me conclude with an invitation to see you all in St. Petersburg in October 2022, to share what's been achieved in this decisive decade of delivery and to continue our discussions on humanising energy for harmony between people and planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was the first keynote speech. The title was Humanizing Energy, Closing the Energy Transition Implementation Gap. The value of net zero and how to achieve the goal have been discussed so far. And for general public, some of the terms and concepts might be difficult to understand. So please, Mari, maybe you can summarize. Okay, I'll do that.
Well, it seems Secretary General Wilkinson has also been to Korea recently, to Gwangju, for the Big Expo 2021 conference. So she seems to know Korea well. She focused a lot about what it means to humanize energy, and humanizing energy transition is the best way to avoid creating a threat to global peace. So her organization focuses very much on that humanizing part. So what does that mean? It means that she focuses on collaboration among diverse, connected energy societies and co-creating energy systems by building bridges among diverse energy interests. Bridges like the ones we're trying to build today.
Right.
And in particular, she mentioned that this energy transition means we need solutions for the many. She said, solutions for the many not just the bottom, not just the top part of society, but also the bottom third and the middle class as well. So millions of small steps from communities are needed, and that's why I think at the end she was focusing on the resources that her organization has, which used to be much more at the country level. They're now making those same resources available to cities and then smaller local communities so that we can all take the small steps that we need to take.
그렇습니다. 그 에너지 전환 실행에
That's right.
공급을 좁히는
So to
방법으로
narrow the gap in
희망을
action
지니게
taking,
되는 함께
so the concept of humanizing has been discussed. And just like Mark had said, it's very important for everybody to get involved, and we think of ways to enable engagement of everybody.
So moving on, we are going to hear from the second speaker from Germany. So we have Mr. Andreas Kuhlmann, CEO of German Energy Agency. Let's watch the video.
Thank you very much to the organizers of this insightful conference. My name is Andreas Kuhlmann and I am the CEO of the German Energy Agency. Although I cannot be with you in person, I'm glad to join you virtually from Berlin here at the DENA headquarters. I really hope to be with you live in Seoul next time. I will certainly tell you a bit more about the German Energy Agency and the many projects going on that really tap into all of the various stages of the energy transition. However, maybe I can start by giving you a picture of developments here in Germany. As many of you might know, in recent years Germany has grown as a hub for R&D, innovation, and has become a launchpad for advanced startups in the field of climate and energy. After all, supporting innovative minds from an early stage has been and will continue to be a catalyst to the energy transition in Germany and beyond. We must ask ourselves, what are the necessary frameworks needed to have a strong innovation ecosystem in a country? What needs to exist and what can be done from both the public and private sector to nurture this ecosystem, particularly in the context of the energy transition? Such frameworks are the cornerstone for an inclusive energy transition and the setup of a greener future from the ground up. Germany stands as one of the largest industrial nations in the world, despite being relatively small in terms of population size. Much of this may be attributed to the amount of funding and support that has been made available towards research and innovation. In 2006, Germany introduced their first high-tech strategy consisting of several clusters, including energy and environmental technologies. Under this strategy, Germany significantly increased its R&D spending and continues to do so. Since then, the high-tech strategy has been further developed to include climate protection and focuses on several important pillars, which include prioritizing research and innovation as key tasks for the future, improving technical and knowledge transfers from the international to the local levels, increased support for SMEs and startups and tech-oriented founders to shape the future of the market, and improved regulatory frameworks to secure skilled labor, financing, and other technical and legal requirements. Universities and research centers have also had a large role to play in securing our startup ecosystems. They are the pillars of R&D, and many spin-off projects from these institutions have resulted in the formation of successful startups. Well-developed and well-supported educational institutions have inspired young entrepreneurs to found companies after their studies. These institutions are sometimes referred to as anchors, and anchors may be universities with entrepreneurship programs, established companies with startup or innovation arms, accelerators, incubators, and startup campuses. Given these circumstances, it is no surprise that Germany holds several of its own Silicon allies. Berlin is Germany's favorite startup hub, housing nearly half of Germany's startups, with the Ruhr Valley area, especially also Munich, of course, Hamburg and Stuttgart following in startup populations. In these areas, young innovators benefit from access to strong R&D-led universities across various sectors, strong networking opportunities and support systems, and corporate-led innovation programs. Another key feature of the German startup ecosystem is its international nature. Every 10th founder is foreign-born. Cities like Berlin, with cheaper rental prices and a creative environment, are perfect landing spots for international founders and skilled labor. Altogether, these conditions form a base for a strong startup ecosystem. However, Germany itself is still learning and adapting to the rapid pace of innovation in sectors such as energy and environment. Regulatory frameworks and bureaucratic processes often struggle to catch up and therefore make setting up a business, piloting a product, or investing in a startup often too difficult. In order to remain a leader in the energy transition and an attractive market for investment in innovation, the German government and international governments must continue to consult important stakeholders such as startups, academic institutions, investors, and the general public on existing and future regulatory policies. At DENA, we support and advise the government in building strong policy frameworks for innovation, digitalization, decentralization, and publish studies to help better understand the gaps and opportunities. We have hundreds of projects within Germany and abroad, some of which I would like to especially note here. As a facilitator of dialogue between the public and private sector, we understand the power and importance of networks and awareness for startups. That is why in 2015 we founded Startup Energy Transition, SET. SET is an international platform supporting innovation in energy transition. It is comprised of the annual SET Award and SET Tech Festival, which are implemented in cooperation with the World Energy Council. The initiative brings the most inspiring international startups in the field of energy together with key stakeholders. Through the help of our global network, thus far we have received nearly 2,300 startup applications from about 102 countries, as we have just launched our 6th award round. The applications are evaluated by a C-level jury that identifies the finalists, winners, as well as the overall top 100 startups. The SET initiative is backed by the German government along with several utility and investment companies, and as a result of this, the winning startups have managed to gain significant networks and ultimately go on to effecting real change towards the various facets of the energy transition. In an effort to put a spotlight on innovators and startups working within Germany, DENA has also launched the SET Hub program, made up of two main components, SET Academy and SET Mentoring. SET Hub offers startups support in developing their innovative business models in a set of regional workshops throughout Germany. Meanwhile, SET Mentoring gives selected startups the opportunity to have their business models analyzed by DENA experts with a focus on possible regulatory hurdles and development potential. Breakthrough Energy and the German Energy Agency, DENA, have also recently jointly established the Tech for Net Zero Alliance. The alliance brings together leading innovation players in Germany who jointly demonstrate the potential of innovative technologies to achieve climate neutrality in Germany. In sum, creating a strong and resilient startup ecosystem consists of many overlapping factors. Of these, political will and strong leadership is very relevant to many of us here today. It is difficult, but it is not impossible. Moreover, it is essential to support such bright ideas and innovations, as this is the key to a sustainable energy transition from the bottom up. The energy transition cannot happen without strong research institutions, funding, and an openness to innovation from the corporate side, political side, and from the public. And last, but very much not least, strong international cooperation, as we see here today at this conference. Thank you for organizing it. With that, thank you for your kind invitation. It is a pleasure to join you and I look forward to our future cooperations with Korea in the future. All the best, Andreas.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very
독일의
much.
사례를 함께
That was
들어볼 수
the
있는 좋은 기회가
experience
되지
of
않았을까라는 생각이
Germany
드는데요. 함께해 주신
about how
독일
to
에너지공단의
humanize
안드레아스
energy
쿨만
transition.
CEO님께도 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much,
어떤
Mr.
내용들을
Andres
우리가
Kuhlmann, the
중점적으로
CEO of the German
들어보셨는지요?
Energy Agency.
Yes, I
What's
think
the
this
key
is the
message?
first session of our conference where we're getting a lot more of the startup angle. And Andreas focused on how Germany has grown as a hub of innovation for startups specifically addressing climate. And he asked, what are the necessary ingredients to have such a strong innovation and startup ecosystem for energy transition? So some of those ingredients that he mentioned was the government support and funding for startups, also government-assisted knowledge transfer from the international level to the local level, and then also what he called anchors, making use of local anchors that might be universities or accelerators, incubators to support local innovation. It makes me think of in Korea maybe KAIST or programs like the TIPS program in Korea, the Tech Innovation, Tech Incubator Program for Startups.
How do you know that?
I do some of this investing too. And finally, he mentioned the importance of government regulation because government regulation is very important, but sometimes he said it doesn't keep the same pace as the innovation from startups. So he mentioned the need for a constant dialogue between the startups and the founders and the innovators and government regulation to keep government regulation progressing at the same pace.
그렇습니다. 스타트업에 조금 더 중점적으로
Yes, there was a focus on startups in relation to climate. It's impressive to know that the market knows a TIPS program in Korea. The KAIST and the many academic institutions and universities serve important role as anchors for startups to respond to climate change. And if such cooperation goes forward, we can achieve a successful energy transition. Thank you very much.
Next, Naomi Hirose, the chair of Japan Energy Association, will give a presentation on challenges towards net zero based on evaluation, both demand side and supply side. Is now joining us through Zoom. Please welcome him.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Naomi Hirose. I am the chair of Japan Energy Association as well as chairman of the Japanese Member Committee of the World Energy Council. It is my great pleasure and an honor to speak to you today about the challenges that we have to face to realize energy transition toward a net zero society. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity. Before I assumed the current position, I was president and then CEO of Tokyo Electric Power Company. So in this capacity, I'd like to address today introducing some of the projects that Tokyo Electric Power is implementing in my talk. Next slide, please. As we saw COP26 discussion in Glasgow about 10 days ago, when we talk about CO2 emissions, we tend to focus on supply side of energy. Electricity generation in particular. How and when we stop coal power plants, how much we increase the renewable power and such. I guess that's a part of the reason for this is that the media covers these subjects very much and very often, and then people tend to see the problem exists only on supply side of energy. However, as you know, it is indispensable to conduct demand side management as well in order to realize a net zero society by humanizing energy. Next slide, please. Here's Japan's final energy consumption. About 27% of that is the consumption of electric power, and the rest of the 73% is the direct consumption of the fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and gas. This percentage, 27%, is relatively high among OECD countries. The rest of the world uses less electric power in the final energy consumption, as Angela Wilkinson just mentioned. Next slide, please. As you see this chart, in the world final energy consumption, only 19% is electric power consumption, and the direct use of the fossil fuels is almost 80%. Therefore, it is obvious that we have to discuss how we reduce the direct use of fossil fuel on demand side. Even if we eventually could stop all the coal power plants, all the coal power generation, we have to do something to reduce CO2 emission from the direct use of fossil fuels. Next slide, please. As you know, a CO2 emission is calculated by GDP times energy intensity or energy efficiency times carbon intensity. But we all need GDP growth. Therefore, the key to mitigate CO2 emissions depends heavily on the dual efforts, improving energy efficiency on demand side and maximizing low carbon energy sources on supply side. Next slide, please. This slide shows the impact that electrification could have on energy consumption and then CO2 emission. In my scenario, by 2050, the share of electricity in Japan will expand substantially up to 50% in the final energy consumption, together with the wide deployment of electric vehicles and highly efficient electric appliances such as heat pump systems. As you see the left-hand side, electrification would reduce the total energy consumption very much because the energy efficiency of electric vehicles and heat pump systems is much higher than that of the combustion engines and conventional heating systems. Besides, please take a look at the left-hand side. As electric power can be generated by non-carbon sources of energy, we could reduce CO2 substantially by these two efforts, electrification on demand side and decarbonization of the electric supply. In this scenario, we will increase renewables and nuclear as much as possible so that we could reduce Japan's CO2 emission by 80%. Next slide, please. The drastic reduction of CO2 emission could be achieved only by these two efforts. Again, improving energy efficiency by electrification and decarbonization of electric generation. The efforts on demand side include using more electric vehicles and heat pump systems. And this effort should be shared by companies, all the municipalities, and most of all the people. This is a practical example of humanizing energy, I think. Next slide, please. However, in order to realize a net zero carbon society, we still have to make more effort. If hydrogen is available, of course it has to be green hydrogen, we could improve our scenario because we could store hydrogen more easily than electric power. And then also hydrogen could produce high temperature heat or steam that electric power is not very much good at producing. Next slide, please. This slide shows that the new scenario incorporating hydrogen in Japan's energy mix. By using hydrogen in industries, we could reduce CO2 furthermore. In this scenario, the total energy consumption is reduced substantially by electrification. Then CO2 emission, surrounded by this red dotted line, is reduced substantially by decarbonization of electric supply and then industrial uses of hydrogen. Hydrogen that we are talking here has to be green hydrogen. It means that producing hydrogen from renewable power generation is most realistic at this moment. And then on demand side, green hydrogen could be used in various sectors, including power generation. Next slide, please. Please take a look at this slide that shows energy conversion efficiency. One of the advantages that hydrogen has over electric power is storage capacity. But when hydrogen is produced from electric power through electrolysis, we lose 20 to 30%. Then to produce electricity back again by fuel cell or thermal generation, we lose more than half. So it would end up with only 30% or so. On the other hand, for the power storage purpose, we could use pumped up storage hydropower generation or simply use a battery. In both cases, conversion ratios are 70 to 80%, which is 2 times more efficient than that of hydrogen. It means that once electricity is generated, we should use that electricity directly in the form of electricity as much as possible. Next slide, please. But here is one thing that we have to take into account. This is the fact that there exists surplus electricity from renewables. Please take a look at this slide. This slide illustrates an electric supply curve of Kyushu region, southwest part of Japan, in month of May. As you see, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., solar power generation was controlled and then adjusted to the demand. This is happening already, very often in spring and in autumn. As you also see the blue dotted line, this is a market price of electricity. The market price of electric power is almost free during these hours. As renewables are expected to increase very much, so as surplus power. So we better think how to use this surplus power because it is free power. Next slide, please. So almost inevitably, we conclude that we should use surplus power from renewables to produce hydrogen through electrolyzer, so-called P2G, power to gas project. The challenge here is that the optimal balance between the use of generated electricity as is and using the surplus power from hydrogen for hydrogen production, taking into account the energy conversion inefficiency. Next slide, please. TEPCO, in order to balance the optimal balance, in order to find the optimal balance, TEPCO, Tokyo Electric Power Company, has started a demonstration project in west of Tokyo, where they operate 10 megawatt solar power plant. They have also installed 1.5 megawatt electrolyzer with innovative polymer membrane, electrolyte membrane next to the solar power plant. This project is examining the issues for the whole supply chain. In other words, from the production of hydrogen using unstable renewable power to the safe storage, to the safe transport of hydrogen, and to the use of hydrogen in local factories. They are also examining the optimal balance between using generated electricity as is and using surplus electricity for the hydrogen production. Next slide, please. The demonstration project is still ongoing, but here are some findings so far. First, the electrolyzer can be operated by tracking unstable solar power generation, which is good. The electrolysis conversion ratio is around 70%. This is as we expected. And 1.5 megawatt electrolyzer is sufficient for observing the surplus power generated by 2 to 3 megawatt solar power facilities, which are widely implemented in Japan. If the electrolyzers are modular with a capacity of 500 kilowatt, they could be used at many solar power facilities because this side is the most popular in Japan. TEPCO will continue this project and then further examining technical issues for safe operation, and the overall efficiency and economic feasibility. I hope that this project demonstrates the feasibility of small-scale, decentralized hydrogen value chain. In other words, small investment, small risk, small transportation of hydrogen. When we talk about hydrogen, it tends to be a big story. Solar power generation in the desert of the Western Australia or in the Middle East countries, and mass production of hydrogen by electrolysis, converting it to ammonia or to liquefy hydrogen at minus 260 degrees Celsius and then ship it to Southeast Asia, including Japan and Korea. I know it is necessary to take advantage of economy of scale to reduce cost, but a big project must bear big risk, big investment, and then it also takes long time to be available for local factories. On the other hand, the project that I mentioned could be a model that even one local small factory using propane gas to produce steam or high heat could start energy transition to reduce CO2 emissions by installing solar power panel on the roof of the factory, producing necessary hydrogen to produce necessary steam or heat. So even a small factory located inland without gas pipeline could start this today. So I do believe that this could be a model for humanizing energy in a sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your participation connected via Zoom. Thank you so much, Chair of Japan Energy
Yes, thank you to
Association, Mr. Naomi Hirose.
Chair of the Japan Energy Association, for that insightful presentation on challenges towards net zero.
그렇습니다. 탄소 제로를 향해 가는 길에 다양한 대응 방안을 함께 나눠 주셨습니다.
Thank you so much for sharing many of the challenges towards net zero.
We're going to invite the next speaker, and 5 important factors for the energy transition and climate change will be delivered by the Dr. Sun Shen-sheng, Council Chairman of International Society for Energy Transition Studies.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
This is Dr. Sun speaking.
Yes.
Thank you very much for inviting me to join the meeting. And my speech, the subject is 5 key factors for the energy transition and the climate change. I think for this schedule, now many countries have this schedule and time for target 2030, 2050, 2060. However, on this, for the pathways or the roadmap are also very important for the energy transition, climate change, and economic development. All these are the most important 5 key factors for the energy transition and the climate change. So for this, the schedule itself, we see that after COP26, the Europe countries, most of them set target for the net zero emission by 2050. And for some of the emerging countries like China, also Russia is about 2060. So by these different countries have different the conditions. So they have there's a different time. Next. So by the 2050, So United States, by 2025, carbon emission reduction 51%. And the European Union is 2030 carbon emission reduction 55%. And by the 2070, India is the net zero. And India by 2030, carbon intensity decreased by 45%. And by 2060, the Russia 2050 carbon emission reduction 60%, and China 2030 emission peak. So all these are the world globals. So different schedule for the goals of a net zero in different countries and based on their national condition. So next. In 2050, 90% of all the decarbonization will involve renewable energy through direct supply of a low-cost power efficiency, electrification, bioenergy with the CCS, and green hydrogen. Electricity will be the main energy carrier, over 50%. The annual energy intensity improvement rate need to rise 2.9%. So by this slide, you can see that renewables take about 25%, and energy efficiency 25%, and the electrification 20%, and also the renewable energy based on the CO2 removal and plus the CCS is about 14%, and the fossil fuel based the CO2 removal, and of course with the CCS also is 6%, and hydrogen take about 10%. So the target is reduce 36.9 gigatons of CO2. This is by the data of World Energy Transition Outlook. Next. So by this, we can see the different countries with the different roadmap. And also, the compare with the developing countries, the developing countries mainly have three challenges. The first one is the big population like China, India. And also second one is about the energy resources. Yeah, so some of countries, they have the major resources, the coal. And also for the GDP per head is still low and weak. So that's some of the reasons. And the next. So by the investment is a big challenge. So by the target of 1.5 degrees centigrade, and then according to the original plan is about the $98 trillion investment necessary. And by the new, the target is needs 131 trillion US. So compare this, each year it need to put the 4.4 trillion US more. So compare with the originally plan and also the new plan. So that's a big challenge for the world. Next. So for the energy linked, the dominated renewables, global energy, renewable energy investment increased almost fivefold between 2005 and 2020, with the solar and wind technologies recently accounting for about 90% annually. Next. So for the energy structure, due to the characteristics of heavy industry of China, and compare China and United States, the coal share in primary energy consumption in 2019 is about 57%, and the United States is about only 12%. And for the net zero, China in 2060, the share of coal still have about 5 to 7%, of course, plus the CCUS. And in the United States in 2050, the share of coal almost to zero. So by these the bars of the right hand, you can see that the IEA's data, we can see that the China still have a big the challenge, long way to go for reach that target. Next. So compare this with the United States in the energy efficiency, electricity, and the CCUS and the electrification. And China still have the big gap and the long way. So that's the situation I feel. Next. And by this, we can see that the fossil energy and the non-fossil energy is a big historical task for the human being is cannot be finished in 1 or 2 years. Next. So by this, we can see that the total challenge is for the fossil fuels will decrease and the non-fossil fuels will increase. So by this transition, for the fossil fuels, the major issue is how to improve energy efficiency, reduce the emission of CO2, and phase out coal. So this is the most challenge. And the second one is how solve this coal issue, because in the primary energy structure, the coal is still a big share in China, in India. So that's the challenge. And also for the crude in the future, 10 to 15 years, and especially for gas, still a important role for this energy structure. So far, recently it happens a shortage of the supply of gas and the oil, so the prices rise. So this is one of the challenge, how to balance the transition and also the short recent investment. Next. So by this, we can see that the climate change and all energy transition is both important. Needs the balance. Next. So by this, we can see that the climate change, the climate are still changing, is the worsening. 2021 will be about 1.09 degrees higher than that between the 5th and the 7th warmest year on record, and that 2015 to 2021 will be the 7th warmest years on record. And the merit since the early 1990s by high precision altimeter satellite, the mean global sea level rise about 2.1 millimeters per year between 1993 and 2002, and 4.4 millimeters per year between 2013 and 2021, and increased by the factor of 2 between the periods. Next one. So by this, we can see that the blizzard, high temperature, torrential rains, and drought and sand dust happens in many countries, and in China, and also in the United States and the Middle Eastern countries. So by this, we need to pay attention to the reduction of CO2 and also greenhouse gas, and especially the methane. So these are the important. Next. However, for the energy development, and we need to see that how to sustainable development, and also for the evaluation of the poverty. So by this development, the Paris Agreement is a historical agreement. Is very important for the history in the future. So Sustainable Development Goal 7, and it requires the ensure the access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. So for the electricity access, 2019, the population without access to electricity is still more than 750 million people, accounting for about 10% of global population. At present, about 2.6 billion people in the world do not have access to clean cooking. And the impact of the COVID-19 has left more than 30 million people unable to afford the basic electricity service. So during this the development, we still need to balance and accounting these challenges for all these developing countries. Next. So for the energy development, still a long way and hard to reach the goals. The COP26 keeps 1.5 degrees and goes alive, and the human beings have consumed 86% of carbon credit. And China, and also some of the progress by this the important meeting, China and United States issue a joint declaration. I think it's a historical milestone agreement and a comprehensive agreement to protest almost approximately 85% of the world's forests. More than 100 countries agree to reduce methane by 2030, and by 2035, the sale of internal combustion engine vehicles in many markets around the world will cease. And this time, it's a very challenging issue. It's about the coal. So this time, how to solve the coal issue by phase out and through the phase down. So it's a very important for the developing countries. So in summary, conclude by this issue, 5 key factors will lead to the successful energy transition and the climate change. I finish my speaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. 고맙습니다. 이렇게 에너지 전환 및 기후
Thank you
변화를
very
위한
much.
5대 핵심
So five
요소라는
key
주제로
factors for the energy
5개의
transition
키를
and
함께
climate change
얘기해
were
주셨는데요.
introduced by the
감사드리겠습니다.
Dr.
Yes, thank
Sun
you to Council
Shenxiang.
Chairman Sun Changsheng for your insightful presentation on the 5 important factors for the energy transition and climate change. Thank you.
네, 여러분께서는 지금 2021 대한민국 에너지 전환 컨퍼런스
Now
둘째
we
날
are
특별
the
세션
day
함께
one, the
신청하고
Korea Energy
계시는데요.
Transition
각 국의
Conference.
에너지
We
협회
are
그리고
holding
에너지
the special session.
관계자들께서
That we are
다양한
joined
이야기로
by the
탄소
professionals
중립을
and
향해 가는
experts
우리의
from the
마지막 걸음을
energy-related
나눠주고
institutions
계십니다.
and
이번에는
organizations.
싱가포르 쪽으로
Next,
이동해
Jimmy Koo,
보겠습니다. 탄소 중립의
CEO of Singapore
전환이라는
Power
주제로
Grid,
싱가포르
will give a
파워그리드 지미
presentation on
코
transition towards
CEO님께서
net
발표를
zero.
준비를 하고 계시는데요. 역시 줌으로
And he's now with
실시간으로
us
연결이 돼
via
있습니다.
Zoom.
기다리고 계시는데요. 만나볼까요? 안녕하세요.
Welcome
Hello.
him,
Afternoon.
please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yep.
Yep.
So, good afternoon. I'm Annyeonghaseyo to all in Seoul and those who are joining online from Korea and the rest of the world. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to join this very important conference about energy transition in the world. I'm Jimmy Koo. I'm CEO of the Singapore Power Grid, where we are the Singapore's transmission and distribution operator. So our job is to transport electrons and gas across the small island. I want to preface the presentation by linking back the topic of humanizing the energy transition. Now, Mr. Sun and Angela Wilkinson mentioned about the need to have access to affordable and hopefully sustainable energy in the world. Fortunately for Singapore, the energy access is not currently a major issue. So when we talk about humanizing energy, the energy transition is trying to ensure that not only are we chasing the sustainability goal, we will need to continue to maintain affordable electricity for all Singaporeans. Next slide. So maybe just next slide. Just a quick. Can I see the slide? I see this is. Is the slide on Singapore in the City Garden? On YouTube it doesn't look like. Can I request next slide? No, on YouTube is still on the first slide. Okay, that's the one. Thank you. Just a quick introduction to Singapore. Of course, we are a very small country, only 5 million people, but all crammed into a very small area in the 700 over square kilometers. So in terms of density, we have very high density in terms per square meter in the country, right? Because of that, we have challenges in trying to green the country, right? So we are what we call green energy disadvantaged. There's not enough space for solar panels, and there is no wind energy. So we rely on natural gas. We decided a number of years ago to transition to natural gas, and this is generally acknowledged as the transition fuel. Right? So we are fairly green in terms of energy in use of fossil fuels. Nevertheless, we are also committed to climate change and the goals that to save the planet. Next slide. So just a bit of a background on the in terms of the impact of climate change, right? So this is the few factors that affecting Singapore in terms of the weather. Like everybody else in the world, we are seeing weather pattern changes, and that's largely linked to the climate change. So a few factors. One of them is, of course, the temperatures. Since 1972 to 2014, temperatures in Singapore has risen from 26.6 to 27.7 degrees, so significantly more than a degree. In fact, the rate of increase of temperatures in Singapore is actually 2 times faster than many cities in the world. That's largely due to climate change and global warming, but also because of the phenomenon of urban heat island. Typically, when there is infrastructure or there is urbanization, temperatures will rise because of this UHI effect. Right? So Singapore has been rapidly urbanizing since independence in 1965. So a combination of UHI together with global warming has seen temperature rising very fast relative to the rest of the world. In terms of rainfall, again over time here, I've seen increases in terms of rainfall and in terms of intensity. In fact, this is recently in April this year, a single day of rain was actually equal to 91% of a typical month in history. So you can see not just more rain, but also more intensity in a single day. This was one of the highest in 40 years. In terms of the, because we are island nation, it's very important in terms of the rising sea levels. We have seen over the years 1.2 mm to 1.7 mm the rising of the sea levels in Singapore, and we will be impacted. So looking forward, what is the climate change in terms of impact? Next slide. Again, the few factors that I highlighted, right? One is that the temperatures will continue to rise, and in Singapore, because we are a tropical country, we use a lot of air conditioning. In fact, 30% of the energy in consumption in Singapore is close to actually air conditioning. Now, when you use air conditioning, actually you end up throwing more waste heat, and then that actually compounds the already the serious challenge of rising global temperatures. And when there's more waste heat and there's more rising temperature, the use of air conditioning actually increases. So it is a vicious cycle. So temperatures is one problem. The number of hot nights also has been increasing. Rainfall, we expect it to continue to increase. Now, talking about sea levels, it's like many of the Pacific nation countries, we will be impacted by rising sea levels. So the forecast by our National Climate Change Secretariat in the Prime Minister's office assess that it could actually end up in the next years up to the century, right? We are looking at possibly 0.25 meters increase to 0.76 meters. And 30% will end up of the land will actually be affected by the rising sea level. So it is a challenge. And this is one of the big drivers of why we believe that we are committed to solving the climate change challenges with our own initiatives. And even though this is despite the challenge of being a green energy disadvantaged country. Next slide. Now, this is a very high level overview of Singapore's plan to chart toward the low carbon future, right? In terms of target, we are looking at 36% reduction over 2005 levels by 2030. We're looking at halving the emissions by 2050, and then going towards net zero over the next beyond 2050 as soon as it's practicable. The few tools that we have is looking at power generation. I'll elaborate a little in a short while. In terms of the industry, in terms of transport, in terms of buildings. These buildings, maybe I just say a little bit. Like I say, air conditioning is one of the big challenges. So we have a target to reduce, make buildings, which is a key contributor to the emissions, a lot more energy efficient in terms of the use of air conditioning, in terms of the design of the buildings. Big emphasis is in terms of buildings. Households, how to generate energy efficiency for households, waste and water. These are a few levers that we are, as a country, we are looking at. Next slide. Just to, the government has launched a Singapore Green Plan, and there are a few themes to the Green Plan. First is city and nature. Of course, those who have been to Singapore would notice that actually greenery is a part of what we call what is known as a garden city, Singapore's name, right? But in addition to that, we are looking at planting 1 million more trees, right? So this is greening the environment. Then sustainable living, so we are massively looking at introducing cycling paths, although actually given a limited space for roads and as well as building, this is a big investment, very important. We're moving to encourage cycling. So 1,320 kilometers is a target. In terms of waste, we, like all urban cities, we generate waste. Again, we are looking at 20% reduction by 2026 and 30% by 2030. And of course, waste, if you put in the landfill, which is what Singapore does, with 30% of our waste goes to a landfill. Landfills actually increases methane, right? So this is reducing waste is a very important instrument. Energy reset, talk about the supply of energy in a little while, but one big areas is like our TEPCO colleagues, we're looking at electric vehicles, right? There is a national target to have all passenger vehicles to be non-ICE by 2040. So there's about 600,000 vehicles, all vehicles. Then in order to enable that, of course, there's this chicken egg problem to be able to implement all electric vehicles. It actually requires infrastructure, charging points. The government has set a target for 60,000 charging points by 2030. And across, there's a green initiative. And then this one, in terms of humanizing the energy transition, the country is looking at the green economy as a tool actually to create green jobs in various sectors, right? So humanizing, making it positive, taking advantage of the opportunities that come with the energy transition. One big area on the resilient future, not just the energy front, we are looking, the government has set a target to be 30% self-sufficient as far as food. Now, with this comes with new technology, with a big push to do urban farming. That actually saves land and we used to import, but this would net save land in other countries. So pushing self-sufficiency in terms of food actually is a sustainable future. Next slide. In terms of the energy itself, I said a big part of it is actually turning to going to solar where we can. Most of we have a target of reaching out to every public housing blocks that is putting solar panels on those blocks. And where we are unable to, we are looking at innovative solutions to deploy solar in, say, in the reservoirs. Right? So we just recently launched a project where it's putting 60 megawatt peak in one of the reservoirs in Singapore. And we're going to do a lot more on this front because where there's no space in land, we're looking at whether we can use the sea in the water bodies and as well as the sea. So big front on solar panels. The target is to reach 2 megawatt peak by 2030. And this is significant for Singapore because our peak is actually, the system peak is about 7.5 gigawatts. So we're talking about a significant portion of the energy coming from solar panels in terms of proportion. And of course, as a grid operator, it comes with many challenges because of the intermittency of solar power, especially in Singapore, because Singapore is a very cloudy country. And therefore, 75% of the year, Singapore is covered in clouds. And when the cloud moves, the solar energy becomes extremely intermittent. That's one. The second one, because we are energy disadvantaged, we're hoping to work with many regional countries to be able to import green energies. And this also includes the TEPCO colleague mentioned about the hydrogen. We are looking at importing green energy as far as from Australia, right? So this is something that's under study, but in the region with Indonesia, with Malaysia, we are hoping to work with regional neighbors to be able to import green energies where in order to supplement the energy that we're burning from solar panel, from the natural gas, and as much as you can over with solar panels. Now, this is a very quick overview of the many sustainable initiatives that Singapore has launched in order to, like I say, to be able to contribute to solving the climate change challenges. all of us in the energy industry also know that decentralized decarbonization comes with the third D, which is digitalization. We think that a key part of solving the challenges and creating more opportunities to manage the grid in terms of cost as well is digitalization. So with that, I want to show a little video, which is very short, to show what one of the initiatives that we have is to create a digital twin of the grid, where you have a lot and not full visibility of the grid in order to manage all the challenges that will come, and also to be able to manage costs, because you are able to see and then be able to control different parts of the energy system with the digital tools. Can I show the video, please?
In Singapore, we enjoy one of the most reliable standards of electricity supply in the world. Behind this performance is a team of dedicated engineering and technical specialists. They oversee the running of over 11,000 substations, inspecting each one to ensure vital assets, such as transformers and switchgears, are able to efficiently transmit and distribute electrical supply across the island reliably. Despite these best efforts, we must be prepared for any disruption. How can we better anticipate equipment failure, achieve higher precision in maintenance, and timely renewal of infrastructure and equipment? The answer lies in the digital twin of the grid. This is a virtual replica of the physical network and assets that can perform functions such as condition monitoring, analyzing asset health, and optimizing asset failure mitigation measures. The asset twin is a digital twin for grid assets. This is created through SP's in-house digital capabilities in software development and artificial intelligence, and our research and development collaboration with Nanyang Technological University. With the asset twin, we can create a one-stop integrated dashboard containing up-to-date information of all distribution assets of over 11,000 substations across our entire electricity network. Virtual 3D models of actual electrical assets are created to visualize assets in a substation. This helps to identify specific components that require attention. This delivers precise information to our field crew before they head to the substation. Sensors within the substation detect and alert signs of anomalies and deterioration. These sensors are additional eyes that monitor our assets around the clock. Issues can be identified and diagnosed remotely. With the digital twin of our assets, we're enhancing the performance of electricity assets in our network, upholding world-class grid reliability, and empowering the future of energy.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. 고맙습니다. 이렇게 마지막
Thank you.
영상으로 마무리 지어주셨습니다.
Thank
Yes,
you
thank you
for
to
sharing
Jimmy
with us
Koo,
the
CEO
video.
of Singapore Power Grid, for that insightful presentation on transition towards net zero.
이렇게 각국의 에너지 협의회, 에너지
So we
기관의
actually heard about
특별 세션을
the efforts
통해서
towards net zero from the heads of
어떤
institutions and companies in different countries in the region. And Mas Bruno said, in order to establish renewable energies, infrastructure issues must be solved first. For implementation of net zero, I'd like to know if there is an international body to monitor and control it. So for the questions, there will be a Q&A session to address the questions that are posted in the chat box. So please keep asking questions in chat box.
Moving on, so Mr. Ho Bin Kim, President and CEO of Korea Midland Power, will give a presentation on chemical strategy to achieve net zero in a just and fair way. Please welcome Mr. Kim with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I am Kim Ho Bin, President of Komipo, Korea Midland Power. I'm delighted to present the energy transition strategy of a Komipo at the Korea Energy Transition Conference today. First, I'll briefly introduce the Korean government's net zero scenario. As a responsible member of the international community, the Korean government is actively responding to climate change and working to gain a national competitiveness in the carbon neutral era. Under the vision of a carbon neutral and sustainable society which is safe from the climate crisis, the government seeks to achieve net zero by 2060, 2050 based on the principles of responsibility, inclusiveness, fairness, rationality, and innovation. Considering the recent demand for climate crisis response, the role as a member of the international community, and energy security, 2030 NDC target has been significantly raised from 26.3% to 40% compared to 2018 emissions to achieve net zero by 2050. With the increase in the NDC, Korea's annual average reduction rate of greenhouse gases is 4.17%, which is a very ambitious reduction target compared to major economies such as Europe 1.98%, the United States 2.81%, the UK 2.81%, and Japan 3.56%. To achieve these, more active efforts are required, including additional reduction measures and the new technologies. In particular, the power sector reduction target, which includes a Komipo, has been raised by 15.9 percentage point to 44.4%, and the government is planning a carbon neutral scenario through reduction of oil and coal-based power generation and increased renewable energy, a mix of non-carbon fuels using hydrogen and ammonia, CCUS, and external greenhouse gas reduction projects. Before explaining Komipo's net zero strategy, I will briefly introduce the company first. Komipo was separated from KEPCO in 2001 with the restructuring of the power generation sector. We are headquartered in Boryang, Chungcheongnam-do Province, where the main power plant is located. As you see from the map, Komipo operates 10 gigawatt power generation facilities at 7 sites, including Boryang and Seoul, and produces 8.2% of the power supplied in Korea. Besides, Komipo has about 1 gigawatt renewable facilities, exclusively also the jointly owned with other companies. Outside Korea, we operate 5 sites, including Indonesia's Wonpu hydropower plant with a capacity of 2.1 gigawatt, and we are working on various renewable power generation projects beyond Asia, including the Ilara Solar project in the US, and also we have many other projects in Europe. Let me touch upon our strategy to achieve net zero in a just and fair way. In line with the government net zero drive, Komipo intends to transition from high carbon coal power generation to low carbon and low non-carbon power sources to contribute to achieving 2050 carbon neutrality and 2030 NDC target. Moreover, we will do our best to actively promote the local economy, create new jobs, and develop technologies through collaboration with small and medium-sized enterprises to ensure just and fair energy transition centered on people. First of all, we plan to discontinue coal-fired power plants and timely construct LNG power plants in collaboration with stakeholders. In the process of energy transition, many stakeholders will be affected in terms of jobs, consumption, and reduce the local tax revenues. In 2020, we witnessed such impact when Boryang coal-fired plants number 1 and 2 were closed And this problem is bound to repeat every time coal-fired power plant is shut down. When Boryang coal-fired power plants were shut down, Komipo maintained the jobs of 263 employees, or 92% of the affected jobs, by internally transferring the employees to new projects. Recently, we work with local universities to develop and provide training to workers in the coal-fired power generation sector so that they can be prepared for their future jobs after the shutdown of the power plants. Moreover, after closing the facilities, we will use the land to launch renewable energy projects, aim to promote the livelihood of residents in order to secure resident acceptance and provide environmentally friendly and decent jobs. We will do our best to complete the construction of LNG power plants in a timely manner to fulfill our duty as a stable power supplier. Next, I'm going to talk about our project to expand renewable energy while engaging with residents in the community. So we have implemented the investment plans to invest 76.6 billion won through the establishment of the Komiko New Deal Comprehensive Plan to actively respond to the Korean version of the New Deal policy and plan to invest 27 trillion won in renewable energy, such as solar and wind, by the 2030. Solar power is centered on the resident participating eco-friendly projects using idle sites, and wind power is planned to be developed as large-scale offshore wind power to minimize deforestation. Currently, 100 megawatt Saemangeum land-based power generation facilities are under construction, and in September last year, 1 gigawatt Boryang offshore wind power was selected as a public-led offshore wind project by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, and we set up a public-private council to involve residents and share profit with them. The project is expected to be an exemplary case of transition from coal-fired power generation, given 8,000 new jobs in the creation of industrial clusters expected from the project. In addition, to stabilize the power grid along with expanded use of renewable energy, we have established an operated power output forecast system and control center using a big data platform, and we would like to aggregate scattered renewable energy resources to operate 4 gigawatt VPP. Overseas, we operate 100 megawatt hydropower generation plants in Wampu and Tanggamus in Indonesia, and through this, we secured 460,000 tons of overseas carbon credits, which were officially recognized by the Korean government, and we are ready to convert the overseas carbon credit to domestic emission rights. In the US and Europe, we are actively participating in global carbon reduction efforts by developing 983 megawatt new and renewable energy power generation projects. We will promote technology development and commercialization of eco-friendly carbon-free power and energy sources. Komipo is participating in the development of a hydrogen blend-powered gas turbines to secure technology for carbon-free power. We evaluate the limitations of hydrogen blend and develop combustion optimization technology. 6.4 billion won will be invested over 3 years as a joint project of power generation companies, including KEPCO. So we will also start development of hydrogen blend-powered gas turbine technology, and we are developing ammonia power generation technology by investing 10 billion won jointly with KEPRI. I will conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Kim Ho-bin,
Yes, thank you again to
President
Ho-bin Kim,
of
President and
Komipo.
CEO of Korea Midland Power Company, for that presentation on Komipo's strategy to achieve net zero in a just and fair way.
그렇습니다. 그리고 한국 중부발전 역시도 탄소 중립 사회로 가는 길에 다양한 노력들을 함께 해주고 계시는데요.
Various efforts have been made to achieve a net zero by Korea Mainland Power, and public corporations are joining efforts to net zero along with the public and the government.
We will now have a panel discussion with Q&A. Lee Sing-jae, Dean of the Graduate School of International Studies of Korea University, will serve as the moderator for this talk and facilitate discussion and Q&A with the four presenters that just presented in our special session. Now, please welcome Mr. Lee, Dean of Korea University, and give a big round of applause.
네, 여러분 현장 분들께서는 큰 박수로 맞아주십시오. 고려대학교
Please welcome him with a big round of applause and the panelists.
네, 고맙습니다. 좀 전에 발표해
Thank
주셨던
you.
해외 패널 여러분들도 역시 화면을 통해서
So,
이번 무대로
overseas
참여하셨습니다.
speakers in the presentation actually are joining us as panelists. Please.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and very good evening. Very nice to meet you, President Kim Ho-bin, Chairman Naomi Hirose, Chairman Sun Shen-song, and President Jimmy Koo. Well, and first of all, I appreciate your wonderful and insightful presentation. And we actually covered a lot of issues regarding green transition and our effort toward the carbon neutrality. Okay, so nowadays, everywhere in the world, net zero, carbon neutrality, and green transition will be, no doubt, the most important agenda in policymaking. However, decarbonizing itself and renewable energy itself may not be the ultimate solution and ultimate destination. Our ultimate destination is our life. So the most important player on this stage will be the human being, our people. So borrowing the Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, then I will start with by saying energy transition and net zero of the people, by the people, and for the people. So we will bring the people at the center, and we will continue our Q&A. So the big theme of this panel and big theme of this Q&A is how to humanize the energy transition. And by meaning people, we can think about a number of different the groups of people. One is energy producer from the energy company. The other group will be energy consumer. And there are many other stakeholders, community people, and also during the process of energy transition and net zero process, some will get a new job, new opportunity, but some will lose an old job. And there will be a transition. So whether we like it or not, there might be winner and loser. And how to make inclusive society and how to move faster toward the green society we are dreaming. So the participation, contribution, and satisfaction and happiness of the people will be very important in the process of net zero transition. We have the same goal, but we may have different solution. So to navigate this difficult question, we will listen to the experience and insight from the expert and market leaders. And very luckily, we have wonderful panelists to answer those questions. So I will first raise one common question to each panelist. And during the presentation, we talked about the humanizing net zero and our effort toward the net zero and carbon neutrality. But what does the humanizing net zero mean to your company or to your country? And especially, beyond the conceptual issues, what are the challenges? What are the most difficult challenges? And what will be the possibility and opportunity in achieving humanizing and humanized net zero? So shall we follow the sequence of presentation? May I first invite Chairman Naomi Hirose?
Professor Lee, it's a very good question, although it's very difficult to answer. But I would say that humanizing net zero simply means involvement of the people or the participation of the people as much as possible, particularly in Japan. And needless to say that in order to reduce CO2 in order to cope with the global warming, a cooperation and then coordination on both demand side and supply side are indispensable. And sharing correct and updated information is necessary. Sometimes we see accusation against each other, but we should avoid conflict between demand side and supply side, particularly. Well, in that sense, I would say electrification is a good example that all the people, all the companies, all the municipalities can start right now. Electric vehicles are available already, and then very efficient heat pump air conditioners are also available now. So we can start it now. Among other things, I see the lack of information in Japan. For example, I would say that people don't know how much it would cost to achieve net zero society. It seems that people are not ready to face price hike. In this regard, that mass media has a big responsibility. They often accuse government and then big companies, and then do not mention the responsibility of the people have to take. One of the things that energy industry has to do is to provide good information, updated, correct information to educate mass media. Through these efforts from both demand side and then supply side, the cooperation and then coordination could be created, and then we could move forward to the net zero society. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hirose. You have mentioned information sharing, and I think that is a very important point because both from demand side and supply side, having a proper and reliable information sharing will be the basis for the trust in policy implementation and also the confidence in business modeling. So the right information sharing will be the first step toward a more resilient and human-based net zero policy.
Particularly the demand side, particularly in Japan, do not have a very enough information. So the media tend to announce that the very bright future of the net zero society, only mention the good side of that society. So, but it has to be, people have to bear a lot of responsibility and take a lot of responsibility on both sides. So we have to understand that before we start moving towards that end. Thank you.
Certainly, that the media will be important. There are bright side and dark side, and we have to see the both side. Thank you very much. So next, may I invite Chairman Sun Shenzhong for the comment? Could you check your audio? Is audio coming out? Excuse me, Chairman Sun, somehow we cannot hear your voice, so could you?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, now it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Professor Lee, and for the questions. And I feel that the humanizing the net zero issue is the responsibility of both government and the personal issue. And for the government itself, I think the government should issue the proper policies to guideline the people what is the right way. For example, now in China, many of these young people like to drive the big cars, like the luxury cars. People like the big house, and all these of course consume more of the energy. And also for the producers have the responsibility to reduce the emission of CO2 and methanes. And of course for the people, how to improve their habits, and for the daily life, and how to improve the concept of the people. So people like to show that they have a better cars and a big house, all this. So I think in this side, and Japan and Korea better than China. So we should learn from you. So I think by this we need the government issue the policy. Now in Beijing, Shanghai, the government have the policy for the electric cars. For example, for electric cars, you can use 7 days a week, no limitation. But for the piston cars, for the fuel cars, and every week, 1 day off. So by this one to reduce, and by this one, and also for some car parking, give a priority for the electric cars. So all these policies encourage people use more of the renewable energy to improve the efficiency. So I think from the policy, from the technology also necessary to help the people to improve the performance of the energy saving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, the government side and private side also need to join in this effort. And yes, we have to admit that we have a human nature to find much better, more convenient, and we do have habits. And well, we cannot just blame it, but this kind of lifestyle-related issues can certainly make an improvement sometimes with government regulation, but also with the proper incentive scheme, voluntary participation. So well, that was a very important and meaningful point. Shall I move to President Jimmy Koo for an answer?
Hi, Prof. Lee, thank you much for the question. Maybe as a first comment to add to the corollary of the Lincoln's comment about people, right? I believe there's a version where he said that you can fool all the people some of the time, or you can fool some of the people all the time, but you cannot fool the people all the people all the time, right? So really, you do need to be transparent. You need to educate the people. It's a key part of the strategy going forward in the future. Really, you need to engage the people, and this is to help on the media and every stakeholder. In fact, generally, this energy transition, we believe that today the electricity grid and it's actually really electricity grid. You think of the grid, how you produce the power. from the supply, and you manage the pair, you balance the grid in a very sensitive manner, but it is from the supply pushing down to the users of electricity. But in the future, we can no longer think about the electricity system as electricity system standalone. We really need to think of it as an energy system, right? How do you use, how you produce? That's one angle of it. How to green, and herein you will see more and more possibly of interconnected grids where different countries are supporting each other. Then there's the supply turning green. Then down the connection is actually how you manage demand. Demand in two aspects. So how can you harness demand in terms of VPPs or other technology solutions, so that instead of reducing or increasing supply to balance the grid, especially with intermittent energy, we can also tweak demand on a real-time basis, because the digitalization tools will be possible to balance the grid. That's why we talk about the zero twin and how to start to harness massive digitalization in order to manage the challenges. So that's one aspect of demand. The other aspects, of course, encouraging people to reduce less energy, to use less energy, and be conscious about their energy consumption. The mention about going electric, what is the benefit of going electric, how to save the planet. So in that aspect, what we have done is, of course, as a grid operator, we provide the grid electricity to all households in Singapore. We transport energy. Then many of the consumers actually pay their bills to our app through the phones. This is first, of course, saves paper. But because it's a platform, we can now are able to use this to leverage the platform to be able to actually also harness the consumers' the use of energy. On the app, we are able to teach them, right, what is the energy consumption relative to their neighbors, right, relative to the same households of the same size. What is their energy consumption? Is it high? Is it low? One is, of course, to save cost, but also save energy. And on the platform, we are also have enabled them to be able to buy the renewable energy certificates at the retail level. So if you are a consumer, you think that you want to buy some RECs, you can choose your supplier, that be it from solar producers in Singapore and overseas. So creating the platform to enable the people to be involved in helping solve the challenges of climate change. As a company, the group has used the tagline, you can see it in my backdrop, about empowering the future of energy, because we think that as an energy player, it is important that we enable our consumers, be it the household, the individual Singaporeans, or companies or industries, creating the platform, encouraging everybody to be involved in this mission to save the planet, because it is everybody's responsibility. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, President Koo. Yes, indeed, it's everybody's responsibility. And I just realized that the power grid is not just connecting the power plant and the consumer, but actually with the growing digitalization, it actually connects every household. And well, so we have to increase or accelerate the innovation and technical solution and innovation to have much smarter digital the consumption pattern electricity system. At the same time, we need to increase efficiency to guide people to use less energy. And so this smarter platform will help the people internalize low carbonness in their everyday life. And I think that is what we are doing in our industrial sector. So, and also, may I move to President Ho Bin Kim? Well, he already mentioned some successful cases of handling this, well, humanizing this net zero, actually, especially the job relocation, etc. So could you tell us about those the experience and also your insight for humanizing net zero?
휴머나이징이라는 개념이 우리 탄소 중립
The concept of
사회를
humanizing
현재
is
전력
very
산업계에서
essential.
상당히 필수적인
In the power
문제가 되고
sector,
있습니다.
we are faced with a
우리
lot of
모두가 탄소
challenges.
중립이라는 대의적 명분에
So we have a big cause
이의가
of
있을 수는 없습니다.
carbon neutrality, and there's no objection about it. However, in the process of achieving net zero, coal-fired power plants
점진적인
are gradually closed,
이에 따른 일자리의
and with the
감소,
phase out,
또
there will be a
지역사회의
decreased number of
경제적,
jobs in
사회적
the
영향,
sector, and we will have an impact on the livelihood of a community residents.
어떻게 해결할 것인가? 이것이
So we are giving a lot of thoughts on how to overcome the challenge. I think it is a very important pain point and challenge in humanizing net zero.
큰 비전은
The vision of a net zero society is to electrify the energy sector. I think it's a trend that will continue in the power and energy sector,
새로운 프론티어가 될 수 있다.
and it will be an opportunity for us to open a new frontier.
우리 여러 가지 데이터화,
And also, so we can use data, smart technology, and the fourth industrial revolution technologies to expand the market. So in terms of absolute the market size, the net zero will give us a lot of opportunity. However, we have to overcome these challenges related to human factors. Otherwise, we'll be faced with a lot of objections. It's a challenge that needs to be overcome by the environmental organization, the government, and the public organization, and we need to cooperate to overcome the issue. From the power generator point of view, we would like to make contribution to humanizing net zero.
중립을 달성하기 위해서는 수많은 새로운 기술들, 연구 과제
And we are conducting the new research project to introduce new technologies and systems in technology development, investment, and training of manpower. So we want to overcome the challenges of the job loss in the community, and we want to offer the new kind of jobs through technology and training of manpower. Out of the vision suggested by the new carbon neutral society, massive distribution of renewable energy provide us with opportunities and threats because it changes the paradigm of the conventional power industry. So Komipo is utilizing the P2G, considering the intermittent characteristic of renewable energy, so to convert the energy to the hydrogen, and the large scale, the CSS is used to overcome intermittency of renewable energy. And distributed power sources are another way, and we are taking a lot of ambitious projects to make investment in CSS and hydrogen and the solar, and in the process, we believe we can create a new and innovative jobs.
Thank you very much. Indeed, well, the road to the green society inevitably will involve a number of conflict, and that need the social consensus. And well, the more consensus we have, the more resilience we can have during that transition period. Okay, I think we have roughly around 10 minutes. So I want to raise the second question. And I have actually a couple of questions raised in YouTube. There are many audience watching this WEC, World Energy Council, the symposium. So, and they actually raised a number of good questions. Well, I don't think we can consume them all, but let me try some of those questions with our earlier the framework question. Okay, it is about the speed of energy transition. How fast or how slow do you think a country or company need to be when pursuing net zero? Some are saying we need to go faster, much faster. But on the other hand, some other sectors will say, no, that is too fast. We have to save a number of workers in this sector too. And so they don't want to go back, but they want an incremental, step-by-step approach. And even within and that's happening between advanced countries and developing countries. And even one single country, some advanced and well-ready big companies versus small and medium-sized company. So my second question is, how to set the optimum speed, and what is the best way to go together, the fast sector and slow-moving sector? So as time is limited, I also cordially, kindly ask for a speedy answer for those speed questions. So shall we follow? Well, shall we follow the same sequence, or anyone wants to have a first start? Otherwise, I will ask Chairman Hirose for the comment.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lee. The net zero society is not a goal. It's a measure to prevent global warming. So in that sense, that of course, the faster the better. Sure, but in reality, it takes many, many years. For example, people do not buy a new air conditioner unless the old one is broken. Often the life cycle of the electric appliances is considered to be some 10 years or something. However, energy efficiency has been doubled in these 10 years. So if you buy a new air conditioner, replacing the 10-year-old one, energy saving would be great. So it means that we have to continue, this effort for many, many years. Rome was not built in a day. Do not make net zero efforts a one-time fashion. So we must keep going this. So that's why we have to educate people. We have to share the information, correct information with many people. On supply side, we have to keep providing energy efficient, affordable appliances to the customers, so that people are encouraged the electrification, and then, as Professor Lee said, that they would enjoy the happy life, an affluent life. So these combinations is very, very important. But again, we have to take into account that it takes long time. I'm not saying that do not rush, but we have to understand that it takes many years. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairman Sun.
I think this is a good question. Why the many countries to set up its time schedule to reduce the emission of CO2 and come to the net zero, because the climate, the global climate is still worsening. Situation is very challenging and tough. So by this, the most of the countries by the Europe by 2050, And for the China is 2060, and Russia 2060, and some of countries no problem so far. And by this reason, and I think for some countries, especially for the developed countries, in the past 100 years, their infrastructures and economy are developed. So the time for them, of course, start early and then seemed shorter. And for the country like China, is three big challenges, I think, for the speed, for the time. And one is a big population. The China now is 1.4 billion people. And for the total Africa, 54 countries is 1.2 billion people. So by this country, the energy transition is a big challenge, because of too big population. And also for the energy itself, China's the primary energy structure, coal, takes about 60%, even early 10 years, about 70 to 80%. Now, every year, reduce about 1 to 1.5% of the using of the coal. And a similar situation in India. So now China reduced to about 57%. And I know that Japan and Korea, for the coal itself, is still about 30%. So by this, I think, is a challenge. And especially for the a big country like China for coal. And also because China is a developing country, so far still under is the improvement, the development of this period of time. So by this time to reduce to the zero emission, and it's a big challenge. Of course, the government already made an announcement. By the 2030, the emission come to the peak. By the 2060, will come to the zero emission of the CO2. So I think for this one, time-wise, is a challenge. But I feel that the Chinese government and people make the efforts, try to meet that goal. I feel that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Koo.
I think the planet belongs to everybody, right? So it's everybody's responsibility. So the correct answer should be as fast as we all can, right? But every country, every company would have their own circumstances, and then there'll be considerations and so on. But generally, we should do it as fast as we can, given all the constraints that each entity, each country, each person will have. On the stakeholder side, everybody should be not just championing the solution to climate change, but also do their own contribute to the solution. So, for example, on the technology side, right, the key challenge of the transition is actually the cost. Now, I'm optimistic of technology. Technology comes in, be it solar panels, be it energy storage, the systems or the digital systems. As the costs come down, it will help manage the cost of to solve all the challenges that come with things like intermittent energy. Then on the people side, as I said, really there's education, right? How do you bring the people along to understand that what they do affects the planet, right? Then they have to be a very important part of the solution, because all governments at the end of the day decided by the choice of the people. So you have to bring the people along, and it's going to be tough, but it is everybody's job to solve the problems of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Kim.
예, 뭐 기본적인 중요한 말씀들은 앞에 패널 분들이 말씀 잘 하셨고요.
So all the important points were shared already by the other panelists. And in setting the priority and setting the time frame,
계속 해야 된다고 봅니다.
we need to continue our dialogue, because there's no right answer. All the people around the world have to gather their wisdom to find the right direction. As long as we build a consensus, we can go into deeper And also we need to collect accurate information and data and understand the advancement of technology. We have to collectively move forward. So 2050, the net zero vision was declared, but how to get there has to be discussed by all countries around the world, and we need to translate our declaration into action by sharing responsibility. I think net zero is a process.
Thank you very much. We are talking about carbon neutrality and green society, and we are targeting 2050, 2060, and sometimes 2030. Well, that's quite some time later, but that future would definitely come. So we need to be wise. We need to be really wise in preparing for the transition period. At the beginning of this session, the chairperson and Wilkinson mentioned that net zero is not an event or not an outcome. It is a process. So it is a time-consuming process. And the time usually involves patience, perseverance, and also the cost. And so, there's a saying that the wise man, the wise person, is the person who manages time wisely. So, it was truly lucky to listen to the insight of these four wonderful panelists, four wise panelists, for their solution. We discussed day-to-day solution and sometimes generation-to-generation solution. But one thing is very clear. We have to work together for the better system, better technology, and more than anything else, by humanizing those efforts, we can build a much broader and much concrete platform on which advanced country, developing country, the more affluent people, less affluent people can move together toward the cleaner and sustainable energy system. So upon that note, I will wrap up the special session, Humanizing Energy. And once again, I appreciate the wonderful presentation and wonderful comment from the wise panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for moderating this session. 고맙습니다. 오늘 이렇게 자작을
With this, we're going to conclude the panel discussion session. I would like to thank the moderator, the Professor Lee, and also I would like to thank all the panelists who share their experience despite the busy schedule and time difference. We are going to take a short break, and during the break, we will hold some quiz events, so please stay tuned to get the opportunity to win prizes. Thank you.
For those of you offline,
많은 분들께서 긴 시간 시청을 해주고 계시기
there are a
때문에
lot of
온라인
viewers
참석자분들을
participating
위한
in the
이벤트
event
하겠습니다.
online, and I'm going to give you an announcement for those of you who are joining us online. And for those of you offline, you can also participate in the event by participating in the
어제와 마찬가지로
link.
단어 맞히기
Just like yesterday,
이벤트가
we have
준비되어
this
있습니다.
word
준비했습니다.
puzzle.
힌트 준비하셨어요?
It,
좋아요.
and I have some hints here.
어제처럼 제가 설명을 잠깐 해드릴게요.
And just like yesterday, I'll give you some explanation. Let's say that you have to actually get 5 characters correct. So let's do 5 letter words.
라고 하면 첫 번째 힌트를 드릴 때 저희는
So, for example, we would give the first, third, and the last letter word, and then we give you other letter words in the next break so that you can have the proper combination of the hints. So we have a link on the top of the YouTube comment screen. So if you write your answer there through the link, we'll have a lucky draw to give you gifts.
자, 그러면 힌트 드려볼까요?
네.
So here is our hint.
첫 힌트는 환너전입니다.
환너전 is the hint.
어렵죠?
It's very difficult today.
더 어려워졌어요.
Yeah, it has become more difficult. 환너전.
환너전.
So these are the 3 letter words.
해보세요. 환너전.
환너전.
So yeah, I can pronounce these words quite well.
환너전. 5글자입니다.
Right, 5 letter words.
어떤 단어를 드릴 텐데
We'll give you another word
추후에 여러분 맞춰주세요.
as a hint so you can get the correct answer. If you know the correct answer, please use the link on the top of the YouTube comment screen. And yeah, please submit your answer.
힌트를 전해주시니까요. 귀에서 쏙.
So it's great that Mark Teto gives us the hint.
자, 두 번째 이벤트 가겠습니다.
So let's do a second event of the comment event. I know that many people are writing their questions and comments on the comment box. We're going to do lucky draw for 10 people. I have actually read out to you 2 people's comments, Mas Brunas and Boya TV. For these people, we are going to give coffee coupons. And I'm going to select 8 people now.
네, 박범준님.
박범준.
단어를 맞추어 보자.
So let's try to get the words correct. He said that in the comment.
님을 제가 딱 박범준님의 댓글을 딱 미리 읽어드린 이유가
The reason why I read his comment is because he used to leave a question before the break. So he was asking, is there any international body to oversee the carbon neutrality activity? Thank you so much for asking that question. So we give you a coffee coupon.
이것도 괜찮을 것 같아요.
And this is another one you can read, written by Chung Hyun-soo.
보이세요? 계층.
청계층.
Can you see the letters? I'm sorry, the letters are way too small for me.
아마 소리님 아마 한번.
제가
Maybe you can read.
전 계층이 다 살아가는 곳이죠.
네.
이런 말씀을
So
해주셨습니다.
this is a place where all the people live.
살아가는 곳이죠.
So carbon neutrality is to be inclusive of every class.
거는 보이세요?
Right, thank you so much for writing that comment. Can you see the words from Intel?
모두의 것이죠.
The earth is something belonging to all of us.
모두의 것이죠.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
대통령 것도 아니고
It's not yours, it's not mine, it's everybody's. Thank you so much for writing such comments. Congratulations.
댓글을 남겨주고
So many people have posted comments.
응원합니다.
I
이렇게
do
남겨주셨습니다.
actually,
지금 호명해드리는
wish for the
분들은요,
success of carbon neutrality. Thank you so much for writing the comment. If you go to the link on top of the screen, you can write down your email address and consent to your personal information, and then we'll give you coffee coupons. And also screenshot event is available as well. So if you screenshot your comment and give it to us, we'll give you coupons. And also we'll give AirPods in a lucky draw. Wow, AirPod, that's great. So you can join us. I want to participate too. Right, so give you AirPods. So please stay with us till the end. We're gonna do one more.
전인엽님,
전인엽.
이념님,
said, I think that we need technologies that are reasonable in terms of price and also for application. Great, go for it, such technologies. So now it's time for us to say goodbye to you, Mark Teto, right?
이번 컨퍼런스 소개를 좀 해주고 계실까요?
So maybe you can actually give
땡땡땡 이벤트 역시
us some information on some event. Yeah, this is the event I was looking for. Yeah, I was about to miss it. Yeah, this is a blank word guessing event. So you have to guess the full letter words.
이번 컨퍼런스에서
In this conference,
이거 읽으면 안 되는 거잖아. 이번 컨퍼런스에서
in this conference,
에너지 전환 변화와 혁신이라는 주제로
so we have the slogan of net zero, blank, 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 blank.
한번 더 읽어주시겠어요?
Transformation, integration, innovation. This is in Korean, but let me give you a hint in English.
The theme of this conference is 땡땡땡땡. 근데 정답은 한국말로 답을 해주세요.
You have to write in the answers in Korean.
Transformation, integration, and innovation. 그 땡땡땡땡 뭔지 아시면은 거기 그
If you know the answers for the blank, please write in your answer in the comment box. Thank you so much, Mark Teto.
이제 마크 대통령은 보내드리고
So let's say goodbye to Mark Teto, and we are about to begin session number 3. So you actually did a good job yesterday and today. I had a great time. I do have my fingers crossed for the success of carbon neutrality. I hope that you could play a bridging role between Korea and the US in pursuing the goal. Thank you. So I'll see you in session number 3. Bye-bye.
We will soon begin the third session. Please be seated.
고맙습니다. 온라인으로 시청하고 계신 분들 정말 많은
So,
참여해
thank you so much for joining offline and online. I appreciate your participation, and we will proceed with the third session, and you can use a interpretation receiver or interpretation service. Let us begin the session 3, the titled Clean Energy Technology Innovation Investment Cooperation. Many governments around the world have declared carbon neutrality and set out relevant strategies for net zero carbon emissions. According to IEA's Net Zero 2050 roadmap, Net Zero 2050 will depend on unprecedented clean energy technology innovation. So many members of the international community are designing climate change policy and increase their investment in technology innovation. And it's important to reduce the GHG emissions generated from economic activities, and to this end, governments need to make a consistent and broad investment in energy technology innovation, offer incentives for low-carbon economic activities to market participants, and establish the cooperation system. In this session, we plan to figure out the global cooperation efforts for clean energy technologies to achieve net zero, and find investment strategies for the technology cooperation between the public and private sectors. So please stay with us until the end to get insights and useful information so that we can reach net zero by 2050.
그럼 먼저 첫 번째 발표자를
I'm
소개해드리겠습니다.
going to invite the first speaker
호주로
to you.
가서
Let's go to
자리를 함께
Australia
들어보시는
to
기회가
welcome a
되겠는데요.
speaker from
20년의
Australia.
성과, 우주
The
개발
speaker will talk
경쟁,
about the two
성장
vintage
기술
decades,
분석이라는
the space
주제로
race and the
오늘
clean tech
호주
race.
정부
We have Dr. Alan
저에너지
Finkel,
기술의 핀텍
Special
특별
Advisor to the Australian government on low emissions technologies. He's joining us in real time via Zoom.
앨런 핀겔 특별 자문관님을 화면으로 만나볼까요?
So
Hello.
please say hello to
Thank you very much for
Dr.
joining us
Finkel.
today. Can you hear me?
Sure, do you want me to start now?
Yes, please.
All right, I'm going to share my screen and please confirm you can hear me and see my presentation.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So look, I've couched this discussion on clean technology and trade in terms of the space race and the clean tech race, just to give it a little bit of a different insight as we go forward. I'm old enough to have grown up in the 1960s, and it was just so exciting. That's a picture of Neil Armstrong putting the first boot on the moon. And that was the end of the 1960s. But during that whole decade, it was a decade where physical hardware in the form of spaceships, the lunar landers, the Mercury mission, the Gemini mission, the Apollo mission, were just capturing the imagination of people around the planet. Every day, every week, there was a new announcement, a new extravehicular activity or a new launch, pushing the boundaries until eventually there was the landing on the moon. And when I look at the intervening years and this decade, I feel that the decade we've just begun, the 2020s, I feel that this decade is similar in that it's a decade of physical hardware technology transforming everything about our society. I don't want to be dismissive. The last 50 years in between have been very important in terms of medicine discoveries and the internet and computers, but this is a decade where big physical hardware is making a difference. And there are just so many things that one can look at. If you look at the ultimate in flight and travel in the 1960s using hydrogen, I've got a picture there of the X-15, which in 1967 achieved the fastest speed for a piloted aeroplane of about 4,500 miles per hour, more than 7,000 kilometers per hour. That is still, to this day, the record for a piloted aircraft, the fastest speed ever. And it was powered by ammonia, a derivative of hydrogen. And of course, on the right, in the current era, in the 2020s, we've got a hydrogen-powered truck from Hyundai. If you look at energy storage, the typical battery back then in the 1960s had maybe 100 watt hours, not kilowatt hours, 100 watt hours. And on the right, there's an Australian invention, a battery from a company called Lavo, L-A-V-O. And the Lavo battery is a hydrogen battery. It's making hydrogen, storing it as a metal hydride, and then regenerating electricity on demand. And it's about 40 kilowatt hours. So just 1,000 times bigger in capacity. It's extraordinary. When you look at heavy machinery, it's intriguing. A dump truck at a mine site in the 1960s pretty much looks like a dump truck at a mine site or a haul truck at a mine site in the 2020s. The difference is the one on the right has been adapted by Fortescue Future Industries, to run on hydrogen instead of diesel fuel. If you look at an electric vehicle in the 1960s, you can almost only want to laugh. They're much more like something out of a science fiction fantasy. Compare the electric vehicle of the 1960s with a modern either battery electric or in this case hydrogen electric vehicle from Hyundai in the 2020s. And if you look at a power plant, of course, power plants then and right to this day have been coal-fired power plants with their smokestacks. And look at the difference to the hydrogen fuel cell power plant at the Daesan Industrial Complex in Korea. Still not at the scale of electrical output of a coal-fired power plant, but during the course of this decade, I'm sure that fuel cell power plants will reach that scale. So now, let me talk from an Australian focus. I know that there's a lot happening in Korea, but my perspective as a special advisor to the Australian government is very much Australian. Let me look at some of the things driving the transition and ultimately the trade between Australia and Korea with an Australian perspective. So just in the last month, there's been a lot of change in Australia. I'll give you four. The first big thing is that the Australian government has adopted a 2050 net zero commitment and articulated that through the plan to deliver net zero the Australian way. A lot of modelling behind it, and I'm confident that we can get there. The second thing that came out within the last 4 weeks was the future fuels and vehicle strategy. That's fundamentally the government's electric vehicle investment. It's $250 million, so on a global scale it's small, but it's a significant deposit on a big set of actions, and that's going to be primarily investing in public quick charging for battery electric vehicles and public hydrogen refueling infrastructure, with a big focus on heavy and long distance vehicle proof of concept trials and light vehicle commercial fleets. As well as that, we're looking at how do you do charging for battery electric vehicles at home in a way that utilises the poles and wires and the solar rooftops and the conventional generators most efficiently so that everybody benefits, not just the electric vehicle owner. The third big announcement in the last few weeks in Australia was a $1 billion venture capital fund to back clean tech companies, and that was announced just a couple of weeks ago. And finally, at Glasgow, the government announced the Low Emissions Technology Statement 2021, the one on the right there. It's part of a series of announcements. So last year, the government invited me to chair, or asked me to chair a panel to advise on the development of the Low Emissions Technology Roadmap. And we put out a statement which identified a portfolio of priority technologies. I'll talk about them in a moment. And one of the important things is the government said, we recognise that the opportunities are developing, we can't get it all right in the first instance, and we will update this every year. And so in Glasgow 2 weeks ago, the government put out the second statement, the Low Emissions Technology Statement 2021. And if all goes well, we'll put out a third statement in September or October of next year. In there, we've identified 6 or 7 priority technologies, and we've given each of them a price stretch goal and a timeline stretch goal. So this graphic, the dark going to light, shows the rate of implementation of these new technologies and achieving their price targets. So I won't give you all of them, but for example, our target for hydrogen is clean hydrogen under $2 per kilogram by 2030. We've also got a stretch goal for ultra low cost solar. We're trying to reduce to 1/3 the price of solar electricity today by 2030. We want to get down to $15 per megawatt hour. That's Australian dollars, so about $11 US per megawatt hour by 2030. We're looking at short-term and long duration storage and cost targets for that in the electricity market, zero emissions steel, zero emissions aluminium. And in the first, we were looking at the endpoint production of steel and aluminium, but now in the second statement, we're looking at the end-to-end supply chain from running a zero-emission mine site for iron ore or bauxite, all the way through to export and zero-emissions manufacturing. Carbon capture and storage, because we recognise that there will always be hard-to-abate sectors and we need to get to net zero, which means we have to be able to take carbon dioxide and store it further, either in geosequestration through carbon storage and capture, or through soil and forest sequestration, biosequestration. So we've got a soil organic carbon target as well. If you went to the Net Zero 2050 plan, which is mostly modelling, you'd see that under the government's modelling, we are already 20% down on our 2005 baseline. And then half of what remains is already identified in the technology roadmap that I was just mentioning. And the rest of what we need to do to get there is technology-based. It's new global technology trends that are beginning to be adopted overseas, but not yet in Australia, or offsets. And probably the most important is the last 15% under the modelling is further technology breakthroughs. And I was a bit shocked when the government came out with this, that there are some people who criticise the government for leaving 15% of the pathway to net zero to things that haven't been invented yet or optimised. And to the contrary, I would say that the government would be remiss if they didn't accept that human innovation will continue at a pace. The only thing you know for certainty is that you'll never run out of that resource called human innovation. So I applaud the government. I didn't do this modelling. My job was leading the group that advised the government on the technology roadmap. The modelling was a separate layer on top of that. And I think it's fantastic that they've made an allowance for future invention. If I think about the trade between Australia and Korea, I think it will increasingly be built on low emissions technology and materials. Trade between our two countries is already quite substantial. It's over $41 billion bi-directionally. And in the energy and technology, clean technology space, there's nearly $4 billion in LNG and over $6 billion in iron ore. There's every few weeks, there's a new announcement between Korean companies and Australian companies. So here's one from July where Rio Tinto and POSCO have signed a climate memorandum of understanding. In August, POSCO and Roy Hill, a big giant mining company in Australia, signed an agreement to look at reducing their emissions across the iron ore mining and the steel business. When I think about the nature of the iron ore trade and steel making, it may be that there's a shift in how much is done in Australia and how much is done in Korea. But it's quite likely that a lot of that shift, if it does occur, will be through Korean investment in technology in Australia. So at the moment, the process is we take coal with all its emissions in Australia, iron ore with all its extraction emissions, ship it internationally to Korea in this case, where the blast furnaces are used to make elemental iron, which ultimately is alloyed to make steel with a lot of carbon dioxide emissions in that whole process and the fabricated products. But it may be in future that we will really completely eliminate the metallurgical coal and use solar and wind and hydrogen with iron ore to make hot briquetted iron. And I'm not sure to what extent the hydrogen and iron ore will be exported and renewable energy will be used in Korea to make the hot briquetted iron, to what extent with Korean support and investment we'll do that in Australia. But ultimately, I am sure it will go to, in the main, to international facilities such as in Korea, into an electric arc furnace to make the steel and the steel fabricated products. And all of that can be done with zero emissions. Again, in March of this year, Origin and POSCO inked a green hydrogen deal, which will be important for producing steel, zero-emission steel. KEPCO is looking at setting up a hydrogen production complex in Australia that might even include producing the hot briquetted iron. Woodside has recently joined your domestic in Korea hydrogen bus refueling initiative called High Station, and that's a picture of it says electricity, but if you look carefully, you'll see fuel cell. Don't forget a hydrogen vehicle is an electric vehicle where the energy is stored in hydrogen instead of in a battery. Hyundai Motors and Fortescue and CSIRO have an agreement to develop ammonia as an export material using technology developed by the CSIRO for purifying the hydrogen that is dehydrogenated from the ammonia at the importing terminal. The shipping industry is a large user of bunker fuel and therefore a large emitter of carbon dioxide emissions, and there's multiple discussions going on about using ammonia to power the ships of the future. And I noted just recently Samsung Heavy Industries won type approval so that they can get insurance and certification for their design of an ammonia-powered ship. Let me conclude by reflecting on where Australia's at. We're on a journey to a low emissions future. Going back 20 years, we started with the renewable energy target, which has led to the situation where now Australia has one of the highest penetrations of solar and wind electricity in the world. In fact, we have worldwide bragging rights. We have more solar electricity generated per year per person than any other country. And that was driven by state initiatives and the Commonwealth Government, the Australian Government's renewable energy target. We have an emissions reduction fund, which focuses on biosequestration and geosequestration initiatives. I had the opportunity in 2017 to lead an electricity market review, which modernised the market rules to work so the market will work much better with the variable renewable solar and wind resources. We've now got the National Hydrogen Strategy. We've got a zero emissions vehicle refueling strategy. We've got the net zero target. We've got the clean tech venture capital fund that I mentioned. We've got the low emissions technology roadmap, which is an enduring process, started last year, updated this year, will be updated every year into the sunny future. And we've got country clean tech partnerships, and in particular, just at the very beginning of this month, Australia and Korea, the Prime Minister and President agreed on a zero emissions technology partnership, which had been negotiated between officials, brokered by myself in my role as a special advisor, and that was signed earlier this year. And during the course of the first half of next year, I think that many areas will be implemented as industry-led technology demonstration projects in various clean energy technologies. With that, I'll sign off and thank you very much, and I'll stop sharing.
Thank you so much for the presentation. So decades for 20 years. Thank you so much for sharing your presentation, 2 vintage decades, the space race and the clean tech race. So the future that we are looking for actually is something that might come soon. So we need to better prepare ourselves in terms of reduction of the carbon emissions. And thank you so much for sharing your insights.
So moving on to the second presentation, we're going to invite the Director of Innovation and Technology of ARENA, so Dolph Gillen. So we have Director Dolph Gillen on Zoom. So he's here with us live. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. I have prepared a number of slides. Would it be possible to show these? While these are shown, I'll say a few words for introduction. We have our 1.5 degree pathway that we launched in March of this year. And we found that renewables really have a key role to play in the energy transition. About 90% of the emission reduction has a renewables component. And we find, of course, that the technologies we have today are sufficient to make a start with this transition. There is no reason to wait. But of course, we can still improve technologies. We can still build larger wind turbines. We can still improve the efficiency of PV modules. We can continue to look for new battery materials, etc. But the bulk of the innovation has to come from elsewhere. It has to come from putting the right enabling measures in place. We need more systems thinking in terms of sector coupling, how we're going to use all that renewable electricity to decarbonize industry, transport, and buildings. And we need to think about the flexibility in the power systems. How do we integrate these high shares of solar and wind? And as Alan Finkel also just mentioned, the future of trade will also change. This trade of fossil fuels will be replaced by a trade in new energy commodities, be it green hydrogen, be it ammonia, but perhaps also trade in green commodities, which is of course very relevant in a Korean context where the steel industry, which was mentioned, but also the petrochemical industry, which is in fact much larger in energy use terms in Korea, plays a key role. So probably you will see trade in green commodities emerge. And to make that happen, we need standards and certification for green energy carriers and for green commodities. Because at the end, a molecule of hydrogen, you don't see how it has been produced, or a ton of ammonia. So we see that as a key area for cooperation. Now, a few words about IRENA. So we are an intergovernmental agency, a global agency with members ranging from Pacific Islands to Australia and Korea, so some of the largest economies in the world. And we advise them on how to deploy their renewables and how to organize their energy transition. And if you move to the next slide. So the falling cost of renewable power are a key enabler for this transition. So we've come now to cost levels for solar PV and for wind, where they are the lowest cost power available. And that then creates the possibility also to electrify the end-use sectors. Electromobility, of course, is a key example, but you see it's also now going to e-fuels produced with that renewable electricity. Ammonia for shipping was already mentioned. We see similar trends to e-fuels also in aviation, for example. So all of this is happening right now, and new markets are emerging based on these new technologies, but also driven by policy. Because right now, a number of these products are still more expensive. And we need that technology learning, the growth of the sector to bring down the cost, as we have seen also with solar PV, as is illustrated here in this graph. Move to the next slide. So we need renewables, we need energy efficiency, we need electrification. We also see a role for hydrogen, and we also see a role for CCS in this transition, but most of these components have some renewables component in there. So this is, let's say, our view of what that transition would look like globally. We also compared that with a lot of other studies, and we found that there is a consensus. Renewables, efficiency, and electrification are the three key components in this transition. We can talk about the exact percentages for 2050, but in fact, that's not so important. What is more important is how do we accelerate moving in this direction. Next one, please. So it is affordable, this transition. We find that the investment needs are about a third higher, in about $131 trillion between now and 2050. But the type of investment is fundamentally different. So far less investments in fossil fuels, more investments in these energy transition technologies. And we get a lot of questions from governments. How do we ensure economic growth? How do we create new jobs through this transition? So that's something where we also look at, and that is also something you need to consider as you design this transition, because in the end, you need acceptance of the population if you want this transition to succeed, and economic growth and jobs are an important component. Now, as said, we can talk 2050, but it's perhaps more interesting to talk 2030, and that's the next slide. What needs to be done in this decade? And a key component there is replace coal power. So that is also something very relevant in a Korean context. The renewables technologies are there. solar PV and offshore wind are key in a Korean context. There is a lot of expertise around the world with these technologies and better cooperation, for example, expertise on offshore wind, international expertise in offshore wind could also be deployed in Korea. Next one, please. So, as I said, we need technology, but technology alone is not enough. We need the right market design and regulations. We need changes in power systems operation, and we need to allow for new business models in this transition. So the power sector is a good example where we move from this centralized power systems to decentralized power systems, and where we're going to need that flexibility to deal with this variability of solar and wind. So maybe in the future, your electric car battery is the component that will allow the integration of more solar PV. So, but to enable that, you need to have the right price signals in the market. So the consumer prices need to reflect scarcity. And to make that happen, you need to have the right level of, let's say, smart grids or digitalization. So it goes beyond purely energy technologies if you want this transition to succeed. Next one, please. So the end-use sectors were already mentioned. In a Korean context, it's still a quite energy-intensive economy. So iron and steel and chemical petrochemicals really stand out in terms of energy use and also source of emissions. There are solutions available. The direct reduced iron was already mentioned. So you see hydrogen steel making coming into play. Petrochemicals is a little bit lagging for various reasons. There are certain solutions available. It goes beyond the scope of this presentation to go into these details, but that is clearly an area where more international cooperation would be warranted to further develop also net zero plastics, etc. Next one, please. So in an arena context, we have a number of collaborative frameworks where governments exchange on best practices among themselves, but also with the private sector. One example is around the issue of green hydrogen. So, and this issue of standards and certification is high on the agenda there. So together with the World Economic Forum, we launched a green hydrogen enabling measures roadmap at COP recently, and we continue to work together closely in further fostering these enabling measures. Next slide then on another area of enabling measures. One aspect we need for this transition is sufficient critical materials. So we need different types of materials. We need lithium, we need copper, we need rare earths and nickel for this transition. And we need a lot of this stuff. You see this illustrated here only for the batteries. You see there's a 7-fold increase in consumption between 2020 and 2030. So we need a lot of mining, and we need sustainable mining to produce all these materials. We think it can be done, but it requires attention, and it requires international cooperation to really make this happen. So my final slide then, I think I've made the point that there is great benefit to more international cooperation in energy transition. R&D around clean energy technologies is important, but it goes beyond R&D. We need really innovation to further accelerate this transition that has many more components. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable information. 고맙습니다. 이렇게 재생 에너지를 통한 제로 배출이라는 주제로 국제
So
신재생
that was
에너지
a
부부의
presentation
주재
by the director Dolph Gillen of IRENA Innovation and Technology Center. Thank you very much for sharing the important
계속해서 세 번째
information.
세션 발표 진행을 하겠습니다.
Let's
이번에는
move on to the
지속
next
가능한 에너지
presentation.
분배로의 전환이라는 주제로 역시
Mr.
다양한
Vinod
정보를
Philip,
나눠보겠는데요.
Chief
시멘트
Technology and Strategy
에너지의
Officer
비노드
from
필립 최고
Siemens
전략 기술
Energy, will talk
책임자께서
about
오늘
transitioning to a
연결이 되어 있습니다.
sustainable
어떤
energy
이야기를
future.
나눠주실지
So
여러분께서도
he's
귀
joining
기울여
us
주시기 바라겠습니다.
via Zoom.
역시 줌으로 참석해주고 계시는데요. 연결해 볼까요? 비노드 필립 최고 전략 기술 책임자님이십니다. 안녕하세요.
Hello, Vinod Philip.
Hello there. Good morning, good afternoon. And it's a real pleasure for me to be here with all of you. And I really enjoyed listening to the presentations of my fellow panelists because a lot of what I will talk about builds on some of the points that were presented by Alan and Dolph. What I would bring to the table today is a perspective from a OEM, from a technology provider, and just a few facts and figures about Siemens Energy. So Siemens Energy is a company of about 90,000 employees, and we are active in over 90 countries. And the reason why we believe we have a key role to play in this transition to a sustainable energy future is our assets today around the world generate about 1/6 of the world's electricity generation. So from our perspective, with the assets we have in place, over 100,000 assets around the world, we can play a key role in this transition. And what I hope to accomplish over the course of this presentation is to share some of those thoughts and then also give you a perspective on how all these various technologies and also stakeholders have to play together in order to make this transition a success. Next slide, please. So let me start by framing the problem as we see it. And we see this in the context of 3 dimensions. In order for us to be able to satisfy the growing consumption demand for electricity, we have to fulfill 3 requirements fundamentally. One is we need to make sure that the electricity supplied is sustainable and affordable and reliable. So I think it is this 3-dimensional set of requirements that we are, as Siemens Energy, try to satisfy day in and day out. And what we see here is connected back to some of the comments from my fellow panelists that the increasing electrification of industries and mobility will continue to drive electricity demand. That leads to an expectation of an increase of up to 50% by 2040 in terms of global electricity generation. At the same time, there are over 750 million people who don't have access to electricity today. And we need to make sure that they also have access to relevant electricity and energy so that they can also develop their respective societies. And all in all, we have to do all of this in the context of climate neutral solutions in order to be able to make sure that the planet is safe for future generations. Next slide, please. And as a global technology provider who plays in over 90 countries around the world, what we also have to accept is that different parts of the world will progress at different speeds towards this net zero ambition. And what you see here is simply a map that shows how different countries around the world are at different stages on this journey. Dr. Finkel talked about the journey of Australia, and I think that's a good example of how a country, depending on where it is in its own economic development and also what it has in terms of its starting base of resources, is at different points in this energy transition journey. In some countries, this is being embedded already in law. In others, it is in legislation. In others, it is in policy documents and so forth. And as a global technology provider, we as Siemens Energy have to make sure that we are coming to the table with a set of options so that our stakeholders, our customers in different parts of the world can pick and choose what makes most sense for them in order to be able to achieve their respective national and corporate ambitions. Next slide, please. Now, one of the things that we see becoming increasingly relevant is it is not just a generation of energy challenge, but it's also a challenge of the effective transport of green energy from one region to the other. And what this slide shows is that the geographical distance between the industrial energy demand centers and many of the green energy supply side production centers is becoming farther and farther apart. So one of the things that we as Siemens Energy is looking at is how do we work with partners around the world in different sectors to be able to effectively transport green energy, store green energy so that it can be taken from the sources of production to the sources of consumption. And this is also a global challenge which will become increasingly relevant in the years to come. Next slide, please. So from a Siemens Energy perspective, our core mission is to energize society by supporting customers in transitioning to a more sustainable world. We are an innovation company. We develop, and I like the way Dr. Finkel phrased it, we make big physical hardware that makes a difference. Our company builds big, highly complex, innovative systems for the generation and transport of electricity. And this is why we feel that we can help move things at scale given our infrastructure and our network. Next slide, please. And what we have done as Siemens Energy, we are a company that got listed in the stock market roughly a little over 12 months ago. And we see ourselves as the integrated energy technology company with a strong ESG focus. And a lot of what we do, a lot of our R&D and CapEx investments and innovations are focused on one of or more of these three specific areas. The first is everything we do in the context of power generation is related to low emissions through our highly efficient gas turbines, or zero emissions power generation through our wind turbine business, that is Siemens Gamesa, or we are developing technologies and innovations for the transport and storage of electricity through our transmission systems, our hydrogen business, and so forth. And last but not least, we are actively working with industrial customers around the world to help reduce CO2 emissions and energy consumptions in their processes. And what you see at the bottom of the slide are just some examples of the sorts of scale and the sorts of impact we can have together with our customers and partners. Next slide, please. Now, this slide is simply meant to show that it is always going to be a multi-technology approach that we will require to meet the goals of climate action. And the way we frame it is what we call our decarbonization radar, because depending on the customer and depending on the region, they can look at technologies that can help improve the efficiency of their existing and future assets, or they can look at technologies and options to help hybridize their assets or also allow their assets to become more fuel flexible. One good example there is running our gas turbines that are today designed to operate on natural gas to be able to operate on hydrogen going forward. And today, for example, in our portfolio, all of our gas turbines can burn up to 30% hydrogen in the mix and up to 50% in some cases. And by the end of this decade, we expect all our gas turbines to be 100% hydrogen burning capable. And then last but not least, we have also a set of technologies around solar and wind and power to X that are all relevant for deep decarbonization. So the purpose of this slide was to simply show, as an energy technology company, we have a range of options that we can bring to our customers. And then depending on the specific strategy of the customer or the country, we can mix and match certain combinations so that we are able to help achieve the climate ambitions through a combination of efficiency improvements, fuel mix changes, and also deep decarbonization technologies. Next slide, please. And this is how we see the world shifting from an energy systems point of view. And you have seen some really good examples presented by Dr. Finkel and Dolf on the various use cases in different industries. And what this simply shows is, as Siemens Energy, we play a role across the entire value chain of hydrogen today and tomorrow. We have products that can develop green energy through our wind, or also integrating solar in, using and transmitting the green energy to our hydrogen production systems based on our PEM electrolyzers, and then using our compressor portfolio to be able to compress and move the hydrogen to the points of use, either be it in industries to convert to e-ammonia, e-fuels, or so forth, or storing it for use later, either in heating or in power generation. And also we work actively with partners around the world to also engage in topics around carbon capture. So ultimately what we see more and more is that this hydrogen economy is going to play a key role, and you will see that on my next slide, please, how this is going to really, be essential for achieving net zero ambitions across the sectors. At the end of the day, hydrogen is a very versatile molecule. And as we continue to bring down the cost of production of green hydrogen, the use cases of where it can be applied, be it in mobility or petrochemicals or agriculture or shipping and so forth, is going to get more and more relevant. And what you see on the left side is one of the key reasons. If you go back one slide, please. If you look at the left side of this slide, what you really see is that on the power generation side, over the course of the last 2 decades, the share of renewables has increased to up to over 25%. While on the other hand, if you look at the industrial sector, the share of renewables in the industrial sector today is only about 11%. So one of the things that we are looking to do is how do we use the intermittent excess green power that's available on the power sector side and use that to convert to hydrogen and thereby driving sector coupling. So these are some of the opportunities that I believe we can work on as a global community of companies, institutions like IRENA, and also governments to be able to really shape this overall system. Next slide, please. And really, I think at the end of the day, Dr. Finkel presented it quite well. It's really about going to a decade of delivery. In the course of this decade, we need to bring things to the ground. We need to be able to implement large-scale solutions that are producing the results we need. And also Dolf talked about it. The required regulatory framework has to be in place to be able to really drive the adoption of new technologies and also create the business cases and the business models for many of these climate neutral technologies that today by themselves do not exist and have to be shaped. Next slide, please. And this is just to say that from a Siemens Energy perspective, we are absolutely committed to this topic. We spend over €1 billion of R&D every year in the area of innovation for energy. And we are also ensuring that all our roughly 5,000 R&D engineers are focused on sustainability, co-creation, and innovation. Next slide, please. At the end of the day, the magnitude of the challenge is so big, so broad, it can only be possible through partnerships. And we as Siemens Energy have developed and will continue to develop a set of really broad-based partnerships with world-leading companies. You see the names on the screen, in order to help not just develop technology, but also develop the applications, the business cases, and also the new future business models to be able to really drive these sorts of technologies at scale across the world. And with this, if you go to my last slide, please. Really, I think, there is a massive opportunity in the Asia Pacific region. I think there is a big opportunity base for helping achieve the growth ambitions of the region in a sustainable manner in terms of how we work across the development of the grids, how to ensure that the industrial growth is really driven by positioning in decentral power and decarbonized power, technology partnerships to be able to use the companies in Korea and other parts of Asia to really introduce new technologies like the HL class that we have, many of them in South Korea. And last but not least, also really driving the full potential of countries like Australia and Taiwan, where there is a tremendous opportunity, as was already presented, in driving renewable energy. So all in all, I really believe that there is a tremendous opportunity, but it will require stakeholders from various parts of the world to align and work together towards some common goals. And with this, I would like to conclude my presentation and hand it over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. Thank you. 고맙습니다. 이렇게 지멘스
Thank you so
에너지가 어떤
much.
활동들을
You could
하고
see the
있는지, 그리고 어떤
activities of
어떤
Siemens
활동을 하고
Energy and
있는지,
with what
생산
countries
환경을
it has
위해서
forged
탄소
partnerships
중립을
with
위해서
to make
그런
net
방안을
zero,
함께
what kind
세고
of solutions it
주셨는데요.
has come up with.
아마 이
Thank you
방송
so much for
시청하고 계시는
sharing.
분들께서도
And
특히
also those of you
관계자분들께서는
watching
여러 가지 사례를
and
통해서
those of
많은
you
정보를
involved
공유하시지
in the
않았을까라는 생각이
industries,
듭니다.
I know that you have
이상과
gained a lot of
함께해 주신
insights from his
비노드 필립
presentation.
최고 전략
And
기술
again, I'd like to
책임자께
thank
진심으로
the CTO,
감사드리겠습니다.
Mr. Vino Philip, for excellent
계속해서
presentation.
탄소 중립을 위한 국내 산업계 대응 방향.
We're going to move on to the fourth presentation. The carbon neutrality strategy of Korean industries will be presented. The speaker is Mr. Lee Sung-jun, head of the Institute of Environmental Science and Technology of SK Innovation. So please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Sung-jun, Director of Institute of Environmental Science and Technology of SK Innovation, as introduced by the MC. So the title of the presentation is a carbon neutrality strategy of South Korean industries, and I have been in this battery and the petrochemical industry for the past 28 years. However, I do not have a sufficient knowledge about what other industries are doing. However, the other sectors were well explained by the previous speakers, including precious metal and rare earth material, and I think it's going to be a good opportunity for me to share the solutions to deal with the challenges. If you look at Korea's greenhouse gas emissions, power generation accounts for the largest share, followed by the industry sector. If two sectors are combined, industry and power generation account for 73% of the greenhouse gas emissions in Korea. If you look at the breakdown, the iron produces 1 ton, and the steel and the petrochemical produces a lot of emissions, and followed by the cement, which is 13%. So the world is producing 51 billion tons of carbon dioxide every year, and China takes the absolute large share. However, Korea is producing 727 million tons, so ranking the 7th in the world in terms of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas emission. At SK, where I'm working at, produces 40 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions in 2020, accounting for 5.6% of the national total. And if you combine the SK Telecom, SK Gas, SK Hynix, which is a semiconductor company, and SK Materials, which produces industrial gas, they account for the major share of greenhouse gas emission at the SK Group. So SK Group is generating 40 megatons of greenhouse gas emissions. Without any measures by 2050, our emission will double to reach 100 million tons. If you think about our impact on the planet, that it will even threaten the livelihood of citizens around the world. However, we take this challenge as a new business opportunity. So we are leading the business transformation toward the carbon neutrality. In June this year, we set out the detailed objectives for carbon neutrality. So by compared to 2020, so by 2050, we are going to reduce the emission by 85%, and by 2040, we are going to reduce the emission by 35%. We are trying to achieve the goal earlier than the planned with many measures, including offsetting and enhanced efficiency, CDM, and the other purchase mechanisms. At SK Innovation, so we are doing the battery material and petrochemical business, and we used to be a hydrocarbon business. We have a very close relationship with the carbon emissions. So we want to put our carbon strategy into action to accomplish the 2050 net zero goal. And under the goal, we have a detailed strategy divided into green transformation and green anchoring. The green transformation is about transforming the conventional carbon by adopting the new business model. And the battery business is our new business, and we take it as a green anchor to shift our focus to eco-friendly business. For Scope 1 emission, before 2050, we will achieve the net zero. And for Scope 3, our target year for net zero is 2050 at the group level.
SK 이노베이션에서 저희가 추진하고 있는 탄소 감축과 관련된 과제를 세 가지 부류로 말씀드릴 수가 있습니다.
And we have three areas to be managed to achieve the net zero. The first area is net zero operation. The second area and the third area are green transformation and green anchoring. I'm going to explain them more in detail in my later slides. First, the net zero operation. To lead net zero operation, we continuously improve energy efficiency, and our level of efficiency technology is the world's top level. However, we will make a continuous improvement further. And the bio-renewable material and recycled materials will be the key feedstock for our businesses. And using recycled energy, we are going to achieve RE100 goal. And in the first time in Korea, so we are going to apply the carbon capture technology to Donghae gas field, and it will take some time, but we are going to expand our business to CCS by 2050, and the global forestation project and the cookstove distribution project are underway in the Southeast Asia, and we are also proceeding with certification on environmentally friendly product outcome. Let us explain our green transformation area. You may wonder how a petrochemical company can transform into the green business. Every day, we are producing the 430 KBD for the gasoline and diesel, and we are producing 1.8 megatons of petrochemical products per year. It's a huge amount. However, going forward, and the internal combustion engine cars will disappear, so we are going to stop producing the diesel and the gasoline as a vehicle fuel, and other So sources of other materials will be transformed into the feedstock for other processes, and for aviation, the liquid traditional fuels will be needed. However, the carbon neutral crude will be introduced to aviation, or bio-renewable feed will be produced in order to supply the fuel to the aircrafts. And we are Korea's first petrochemical company and the first polymer producer, so we are deeply interested in the recycling of plastic. And we have an ambitious goal by 2025. So we are going to completely recycle our polymer production, and we have plants in China and Europe and in the US. All the plastics produced by us will be recycled after use. We may use pyrolysis to recycle plastic. So after pyrolysis, we will have treat the process intermediate. Then we can use the recycled plastics as a petroleum products, such as plastic raw materials. And we can use a chemical recycling method to recycle plastic. And if there's a less remnants in the waste plastic, we can mechanically recycling the plastic. Then we can achieve 100% recycling, accounting to 900,000 tons per year, and also we can reduce 2.5 megatons of the emission per year by recycling the plastic all globally. And we are developing the CCS technology. Currently, we are considering applying this technology to Donghae gas field, but also we are going to identify the carbon reservoirs in the western coast of Korea, then expand our areas into other countries, including Southeast Asian countries. So one of the speakers mentioned battery. As of 2021, our battery capacity is 40 gigawatt hour. By 2025, it will be over 200 gigawatt hour, and it will be much more to reach 500 gigawatt hour by 2025. And when we successfully increase our battery capacity, then the electrification of vehicles is possible, and with ESS, the renewable energy use will be expanded. And we developed the battery metal recycling technology for the first time in the world. We successfully commercialized recycling waste battery metals. When we recover metals from battery, compared to extractions, so from the salt lake and the mines, we can reduce emissions by 74% according to the Argonne National Lab of the US. By 2050, 9 million tons of carbon dioxide emission can be reduced based on this technology. I explained what's going on with SK Group and SK Innovation. Not just our company. Major companies in Korea, including POSCO, the innovation, and the cement companies, are taking measures to reduce the emissions. And we are preparing a joint commitment toward the carbon neutrality. However, the weaknesses need to be overcome, which means small and medium-sized companies recognize the need for carbon neutrality, but they do not have any measures or resources to practically practice carbon neutrality. They lack R&D capability and the financial resources to establish infrastructure for carbon neutrality. Such measures cannot be taken by individual companies, especially in the case of a small and medium-sized company. So the government and the companies need to work together, and the active tax reduction and benefits need to be provided along with regulatory improvement. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming to the conference venue and share with us your long experience with the energy sector. We could hear the situation of South Korean private sector, especially SK Innovation. So this is session 3 of Energy Transition Conference with the title of a Clean Energy Technology Innovation, Investment and Cooperation.
So the next speaker is Jung-mak Son, Energy Industry Managing Director from the Office of Strategic R&D Planning. The title of the presentation is Clean Energy Technology Innovation for the 2050 Net Zero Scenario in Korea. Let us welcome the speaker with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I am Son Jung-nak. I am the Energy Industry Managing Director from the Office of Strategic R&D Planning. Today, I'll be talking about clean energy technology innovation for the 2050 net zero scenario in Korea. The Korean government decided to reduce, for example, 40% given the year 2018 regarding the NDC reduction plan, which is to be submitted to the UN this year. And also, the Korean government came up with a scenario to achieve 2050 net zero. If you look at the reduction plans, so electricity and heat, that is the conversion part, takes up the biggest portion of 44.4%. However, the industry portion is relatively small, 14.5%. So that is because the conversion areas actually have, for example, solar energy and wind, which actually would have reduction instruments for reducing GHG, which is the norm in other in the world, in other countries in the world. So as for 2050 net zero scenario, there are two different versions, A and B. The biggest difference can be found in conversion. And 2050 net zero, not just conversion, but there is inevitably very aggressive GHG reductions in all areas. And also new technologies such as CCUS must be fully utilized. So take a look at the new power generation mix in 2030 NDC reduction goal and 2050 carbon neutrality scenario. So along with conventional power generation sources like nuclear, coal, LNG, and renewables, there also must be the active roles for ammonia power, fuel cells, global supergrid, and zero carbon gas turbines. As for renewables, there must be a reduction of 31.2% by 2030 and 60-70% by 2050. And the roles of hydrogen are so critical for power generation. So the portion of fuel cells and hydro turbines also would take a very big portion. As for clean technologies, is a key one to be played. So regarding carbon neutrality, the voices of the market and the industry are as such. So it should also contribute to carbon neutrality with the minimal cost, with the biggest effects. And also there must be creation of new industries. Therefore, net zero is something we can achieve through policies and the harmony between the technologies in the market. there should be proper technologies that are needed for innovation, and technologies create new markets. Therefore, carbon neutrality must be something that achieved through markets. Therefore, it should be able to move the market to serve as the carbon reduction, and also it should be able to create new market opportunities. So how can you achieve carbon neutrality? If you see the left-hand side, conceptually speaking, it should reduce energy demand through energy efficiency, and also it should be done through electrification for energy supply needed for the demand. And also zero carbon electric energy must be supplied in the form of renewable energy, hydrogen and nuclear in the process of electrification. And also zero carbon must be coming out of non-electric energy such as heat. Some of the technological instruments include, for example, higher efficiency and changes in the actions and demand management. And also, there must be expansion of resources of renewable energy, such as solar energy, wind, and hydro. And not just that. In order to treat GHG that's emitted, there must be new technological applications such as CCUS. And also in Korea, there must be international cooperation, collaboration in the fields of hydrogen, supergrids, and CO2 storage for Korea. In order to achieve carbon neutrality, there might be 4 technological means and 2 policy means. As for the 4 technical means, for example, enhancing energy efficiency through energy demand reduction, electrification for zero carbon in energy supply, and hydrogen as a new energy carrier. Last but not least, CCUS as the last resort of carbon neutrality. There are 2 policy means, for example, resilience for the sake of energy security and sustainable conversion. Lastly, we also need to have active roles of the government for infrastructure innovation and R&D investment. In the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, and Energy, there are 10 clean energy technologies. Energy efficiency is one. Second, renewable energies, including solar energy and wind power. And also, zero carbon power generation, including hydrogen turbine, ammonia and fuel cells, and nuclear. And digitalization-based innovation of power network, energy storage devices, and heat energy, CCUS, hydrogen, and clean fuels, including bioenergy that is sustainable. Lastly, there is also the circulation of the resources. So in order to achieve carbon neutrality, in order to acquire technologies, there must be true track R&D measures. First one is scale up. So there are some of the already mature technologies. These must be scaled up to do more demonstration and deployment. To this end, according to recommendation of IEA, there must be the expansion of TRL 9 to TRL 11. And for demonstration, there must be large-scale national demonstration programs taking place. And for more and more deployment, there must be more and more public purchasing or procurement. There's the next track, which is track 2, which is breakthrough. It means that it requires development of breakthrough, innovative technologies. So in order to achieve 2050, 50% actually would be the ones where the technologies that we don't know yet will play, according to IEA. That means that we need to secure innovative clean technologies, global innovation, beyond R&D, and many of the paradigm shift in the energy system is needed in track 2. This is my conclusion. So for carbon neutrality, so we need to target NDC targets based on the scale-up approach. There must be a technological expansion on the roadmap. So with high TRL, there must be high TRL, high priority technologies. And this will require open innovation and development of application of innovative technologies. At the end of the day, we need to have 2050 net zero. To this end, there must be development application of innovative technologies. So the technologies that are low in TRL but high in potentials must be developed more and more. And all of these technologies would be used not just for net zero, but these also would be used as drivers for new industries for further growth. And also, in order to achieve 2050 net zero, there must be institutional and policy innovation and market innovation as well. And also, power grid and infrastructure innovation in the nation is so critical to make this goal come true. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much. So, Office of Strategic R&D Planning and the MOSI actually, has a lot of projects, is planning for a lot to make net zero possible.
And technology and the government policy need to back up energy transition and carbon neutrality. And for carbon emission reduction, companies need to make efforts according to the comments posted on YouTube. I think those were very important words of encouragement and support. Now we are going to open the panel discussion session. The discussion will be moderated by the Jenny Dawson, Head of Secretariat of Mission Innovation. So we have the moderator.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here, and that was a fantastic set of presentations that we've just heard from. Really covered a range of perspectives on what's needed for clean energy technology and innovation. So we're going to stay on for about 15 minutes. We've got a great panel, so I want to try and get through a few different questions and cover these topics of innovation needs, technology needs, cooperation and investment. So first of all, I've got a question from the audience that was online to you, Vinod, about what the most challenging obstacles that industry faces to achieve carbon neutrality, and perhaps a little bit more about specifically, what you're looking for from governments in order to overcome these challenges and really scale technologies as rapidly as possible.
Yeah, thank you for the question. From my perspective, the time to market for many of these technologies is becoming a rate limiting step, because when we talk about the challenge, it's really about doing things at scale, which would mean that we would need the sort of investments in infrastructure, and most importantly, the investments in large scale validation projects, so that we can really look at these technologies that might look very attractive in a lab scale or in a, I would say, megawatt scale, but to really get to gigawatt scale, there is a certain validation timeline and complexity that requires investments in the early stages. So I think a big part of it is opportunities in co-development, co-funding, and validation projects.
Thank you very much, Vinod. And I don't know, Dr. Lee or Dr. Sun, whether, from your perspective as well, from a Korean perspective, whether you've got anything to add to what Vinod just said there. Just wait for the translation.
네. 탄소 중립의 정부의 역할에 대해서 상당히 지난 수개월 동안에 굉장히 많은 고민을 했습니다.
There have been a lot of thinking about the government policies and the current status of the energy industries. And also we have had lots of communication with those abroad to see what they're doing, what strategy they have in place. So there have been a lot of discussions on that note. So in conclusion, there have been a lot of consultations and negotiations, and this is my conclusion. At the end of the day, we need to make the market of net zero dance with the involvement of all the dancers, meaning all the stakeholders, those in the supply and demand side. Infrastructure innovation is the key to make it happen. So the situation that we had before net zero in any other countries were centralized, not decentralized. So these were the infrastructure based on the large-scale power generation and distribution. Therefore, We need to have a paradigm shift, adopting new technologies and innovation. We need to have a new form of infrastructure innovation. And the key role here is the innovation in the power grid and the grid systems, which is something the government can do.
Thank you. And Ms. Lee.
So I have something to mention regarding R&D. In Europe or in the US or in other advanced countries, the net zero technology is actively developed. However, we think we are lagging behind compared to those countries. So in the private sector, so we are working with the US and the European organizations for the joint R&D projects.
제 생각에는 저희 한국에 적합한 어떻게 보면은
So in my opinion, in the future, so we will need technologies fitting the Korean situation, including the renewable energy conditions. And for the customized solution, the joint R&D projects need to be implemented under the leadership of the government in cooperation with companies. So we hope that the public-led R&D projects will be facilitated. That's the advice for the government.
Thank you very much. I think we heard quite a lot there about the need to demonstrate, need to prototype, provide the infrastructure support, but also around partnerships and collaboration. And I know, Alan, you've been doing a lot on this in Australia, and you personally really building new partnerships with other countries, public, private as well, in order to demonstrate and scale technologies. I wonder if you could just tell us a little bit more about, why Australia thinks that's been so essential to build these new international partnerships, to drive technologies, and the approach you're taking from an Australian perspective.
Jenny, the challenge is to build markets and to have the experience to efficiently deliver solutions. And in the global scheme, Australia is pretty small in terms of our intentions. I think we've got a strong and leadership position, but we absolutely recognise that we can't do things alone, and that there's synergy if we can work together. There's a role for multinational partnerships such as Mission Innovation and the International Partnership for the Hydrogen Economy and other things like that. And they're fabulous for setting regulatory and standards, rules for certification schemes that will enable international trade. But I think they struggle a little in terms of tangible projects. And so what we've been pursuing is bilateral partnerships, and we have one, as I mentioned, with Korea, that will enable us to do industry-led demonstration projects on things such as carbon capture and storage and the green steel pathway and the hydrogen supply chain. Ultimately, think about the previous question, governments can only do so much, but they're critically important at the beginning of the transition. We will only have zero emissions technologies in steel manufacturing and in electricity generation and zero emissions transport if we have sustainable markets. Governments can't afford to keep these things going at scale, but governments, through procurement programs, through targets, through enabling voluntary markets, by making sure that information is available and that there's credibility and robustness in those markets, I think can make a huge difference. So our aim is to do technology development projects at the bilateral level and work in the multinational forum for setting ambitions, global targets, regulations and standards and certification schemes that ensure the integrity of international trade.
Thank you very much, Alan. And I've got a question online as well, which actually asked about, to provide a little bit more detail around international cooperation needs for technology innovation for green hydrogen production in particular.
Still with me. Green hydrogen,
yes, sorry, with you.
No, that's fine. I mean, from the Australian point of view, of course, we will have domestic applications, and that's important, but we see an enormous opportunity to be part of an international trade where we are effectively shipping sunshine. And that's what green hydrogen is, whether it comes from solar or wind or hydroelectricity, all of the energy to make that happen ultimately starts with sunshine. And there's no other really practical way of having an international trade. Yes, you can have, in some cases, undersea power cables, and we've got one project which is now sort of picking up pace to have significant renewable electricity as electrons supplied from Australia to Singapore over a 4,000 kilometre long undersea cable. But if you want to export renewable energy in bulk from continent to continent, we see the importance of converting that into hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives such as ammonia. And importing countries who just don't have the abundance of resources perhaps that we do want to make sure that they get fabulous deals, that they're not always paying high prices because of either our incompetence or anything else. So it really makes sense for countries like Korea to be working with Australian developers with Korean technology in many cases, Australian know-how, Australian land and sunshine and wind to make sure that we've got a viable supply chain that is robust end to end. And that's what it's all about.
Thanks very much, Alan. And Dolph, just to come to you. I mean, I know you said a lot about that kind of need for the enabling conditions in order to scale technology. So I don't know whether you want to add anything on that to this discussion. But I think also you really spoke a lot about the scale of investment needed for this decade in order to really kind of accelerate the levels of renewables needed. So I don't know whether you've got anything else to add to that on, how do we really make sure that this investment is in place, but perhaps particularly for some countries that may find that challenging to bring together. We saw a really interesting new announcement at COP, I think, for South Africa, investment coming together that would really enable South Africa to help the transition towards clean energy. So yeah, a little bit further thoughts, both perhaps on the enabling conditions, but also how do we get that scale of investment needed?
Yeah, thank you, Jenny, for that question. Both let's say the investors and the financiers, of course, are looking for some level of long-term confidence that indeed this net zero is a reality and that governments are walking the talk. So an obvious starting point is some form of carbon pricing of sufficient level. And I think we also have to keep in mind that this discussion about end-use sectors is a very new discussion. There's a need for a lot more dialogue on what to do. And I think what was also clear from this panel is that there's a lot of international interactions in this. We're going to see new commodities trade. Probably we're going to see very much the same technologies in the end being deployed around the world. But in some of these sectors, take the steel example, we're still not clear what it's going to be. Is it going to be CCS? Is it going to be green hydrogen? Or is it even going to be an electrolysis process? So all of that deserves a lot more attention.
Jenny, can I add something here?
Yeah, please do, please.
I think just to come back to this multi-party collaboration, I think one really good example that I would like to highlight here is a project in Chile called Haru Oni. And the reason why it's unique is the following. It has the Chilean government collaborating with the German government for investing in the development of the technology. There is Andes Mining, which is a local company that is providing the project funding. There is Siemens Energy providing the scale of green power generation through wind with electrolysis. Johnson Matthey from the UK providing the catalysis technology, and Porsche being the off-taker for the e-fuels that we will produce through this whole system. So this to me is the sort of a multi-stakeholder collaboration to shape a market that is taking into account many different elements that you've talked about. So I think the more of these sorts of multi-party, multi-government, multi-industry projects we can get on the ground, that's where the learning happens, and that's where we can really build the business models for success. So I think we need more of that.
Fantastic, Vinod. And I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap up this session now due to the time, but I think that's a great ending to finish on. And I think, you know, what I've heard is a lot of inspiration in terms of what is happening in lots of different areas, governments, business, you know, the analysis as well. And I think I saw this as COP as well. I was at COP recently. I saw that this at COP, a lot of positivity, a lot of ideas, a lot of action on the ground. You know, there was still some uncertainty, but I think it was definitely a sense that this is the decade we've got to get it right. This is the decade that we've got to get innovation right, but it's also the decade that we've got to get the delivery right as well. So I hope everybody is taking away, I think what Alan, you said at the beginning, you know, this is a really exciting decade. This is the decade, you know, similar to the space race where, you know, this is going to be the decade of clean energy technologies and solutions. And I really like that, what you said there as well, Vinod, and what others spoke to as well about these new types of cooperation and collaborations that can bring together lots of different knowledge, skills, resources in different parts of the world. So I hope people have been really inspired as I have been from this panel, and thank you all very much for a great session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 고맙습니다. 이렇게 함께 좌장을 맡아서
Thank you very much, moderator Ms. Jenny Dawson of Mission Innovation and the panelists who contributed to the session despite the time differences. With this, we are going to conclude the third session. And thank you very much for making this conference special with participants and comments. Soon we are going to move on to the fourth session, the title Net Zero Era, the Future of Oil and Gas and How to Respond to It. And we still have quiz event and the gift giving out event, so please stay with us. And if you attend 2 days event, we are going to give the AirPod as a gift. Soon we are going to begin the fourth session. Please be seated and also stay tuned for online participants. And if you are in the conference venue, you can use interpretation service. Let us move on to the fourth session. So we prepared a lot of topics to seek a role of the government and the public and private sector. In the fourth session, we are going to look into net zero era, the future of oil and gas, and how to respond to it. And we are going to hear what efforts are being made in the oil and gas sector.
So, as for oil and gas, which actually are the fossil fuels, the portion of them actually is decreasing. So considering environmental issues such as climate change and fine dust, energy conversion and transition is something we must take very essential. But Korea, unlike other countries, does not have geographical conditions to actively develop new and renewable energies. So that's why also we depend on the energy imports. Without actionable goals or plans, we probably would lose our energy security and self-sufficiency. That's why we need to have in-depth thinking and discussions. In this session, we'll be talking about the roles of fossil fuels in the flow of energy transition, and also we'll hear from the global major companies in the energy market of the globe, and also we'd like to hear from Japanese cases survival strategies as the pure importer of energy. So I'm going to invite the first speaker. The first speaker will be talking about upstream CCS. Can emissions match reality?
시작됩니다.
So the speaker is Angus Roger from Wood Mackenzie Oil and Gas Upstream. He's joining us via Zoom, and he will give you excellent presentation.
연결해 보겠습니다.
Please.
앵거스 조자님 나와주세요. Hello, thank you very much for being with us today.
Hello, thank you so much to the organizer of the conference for asking me to speak. Thank you so much to the participants of the conference. It's very much appreciated. And of course, welcome to my fellow panelists as well. I'm here to speak about upstream carbon capture and storage, CCS. Now, this has exploded onto the energy sector in just the last few years in an immense way. And in many senses, many in the upstream sector are speaking about CCS as being potentially the future of the industry. So that's a pretty big ambition. And I'm going to talk about how realistic some of those ambitions are. Next slide, please. So first of all, what is upstream carbon capture and storage? What's the technical point of it? So if you just click on, you'll see the first way that CCS can be employed. So if you just click on the slides. Yeah, so the first way that CCS can be employed is a technical solution to help you sequester high CO2 gas that will enable you to sell effectively the clean stuff and take the dirty stuff and sequester it back into the rock. Now, of course, the upstream industry has been separating effectively CO2 from clean gas for many, many decades. But business practice today is that that CO2 is separated and then woof, is vented directly into the atmosphere. That's common business practice across the upstream world. Now, that no longer really is a viable way of doing business. So CCS helps solve that particular problem. Now, if you click on again, you'll see the second way that CCS can be employed by a company. And that's to help sequester carbon, maybe generated from elsewhere in its operations, maybe a refinery or a power station. Or maybe the upstream company wants to sequester CO2 from someone else's operations, provide that as a service, charge a fee, that becomes a business unit. And then lastly, if you click on again, the third way CCS can be employed is to store CO2 under the ground in the reservoir to help you produce more oil. Now, I'm not really going to talk about that today because this is a bit of a gray area. And if you're really aiming to decarbonize, sequestering CO2 to allow you to produce more oil is probably not the end game here. So one final click again. So these are three kind of fundamental drivers, but in reality, as the energy transition has sped up, the real drivers to employ CCS and decarbonize are many. Next slide, please. So there are many, many drivers on the upstream industry to decarbonize in current environment. And CCS is one of the most important solutions to help the upstream industry do that. Now, on this slide, I've looked at a range of drivers that are forcing upstream to change. And I put them into three buckets. I've got best practice, I've got perception, and I've got advantages. So in light blue, best practice, industry mindset is changing. I'm seeing that in all my conversations with operators the last 12 to 18 months. Mindsets are changing really quickly, and people are thinking and realizing they can do much better. They can do much better at venting less, at flaring less, at losing less methane, leaking gas. It's potentially this should be done years ago, but mindsets are changing and best practices are changing, and that's definitely a step in the right direction. An essential step, I would add. Then we have perception. So benchmarking and transparency around emissions has grown and is going to continue to grow. And all of the stakeholders in upstream, whether you're the finance community or wider society, if you like, they're all going to use those benchmarks to help look at what oil and gas companies are doing. In Wood Mackenzie, we have an emissions benchmarking tool, and we have an emissions footprint for every single upstream asset across the whole world, plus power stations, refineries, petrochemical plants. So you can very easily benchmark all companies across all countries and say, right, who are the top performers for emissions and who are the worst? So that kind of pressure to do better, it will obviously grow. And then lastly, advantages. It is advantageous for an upstream player to be actively to decarbonize. If you can have cleaner molecules, that will be advantageous and can potentially give you a premium in the marketplace. And the opposite, if you have dirty molecules, you may have to take on a discount. Green LNG, as you can see in the last year or two, has developed very, very quickly across North Asia. Green LNG is just the beginning. That trend to want a cleaner gas molecule will spread through other gas markets around the world. CCS can also help you reuse existing infrastructure, and it can also help future-proof you against those changes that are coming in carbon regulation and carbon taxes. Because if one thing was clear from COP26, is that more carbon taxes are on the way. Next slide, please. So what's kind of the problem? Where is the problem? Who is the problem? And how do we solve it? So if we look at countries, here we can see upstream emissions. And it's very clear, my message today should be very clear, that the upstream industry needs to cut its emissions if it wants to survive. So here we have the top 10 countries by upstream emissions, and I've colored them by whether they have a net zero target or not. Now, in a sense, it doesn't really matter because most of them don't, and the ones that do, some of them have so little detail around how they're going to achieve that net zero target that in today's world is almost meaningless. But nonetheless, these are the countries that if they can change their practices can make a real big difference. Click the slide, please. And this is who. NOCs make up around half of upstream emissions, and then you can see the rest of the industry. And the majors, despite being in many ways the most visible, actually represent a very relatively small slice of upstream emissions. Click again, please. And then where? So within Wood Mackenzie, we look at emissions and we break it down into 7 separate categories. Power production and processing are the most impactful from an emissions perspective. They require the most power to get those hydrocarbons out of the ground and then to process them. However, if you look at the last category, venting, it looks like that's the least. However, the least important in a sense. However, if we click on to the next slide, venting is actually a really important problem in Asia Pacific. In our region in particular, venting is a really, really big issue. The chart on the left, hopefully you can see the green bar is the upstream country and its total emissions via venting. And then the red dot is on the right-hand axis in venting intensity, so how much CO2 per barrel of oil produced. So we've got gross volume, and then we also have on an apples and apples basis. You can see Malaysia and Indonesia on the left by far the biggest venters in the world by volume and by intensity. And then we look at some of the other countries in the Middle East, Australia, China, I mean, upstream players across Asia, like from South Korea and Japan, are big investors in a lot of these countries and are involved in some of these projects. On the right-hand side, I show a map from our Lens platform. And that what I've done there is screen the map to show reservoirs which have a CO2, over 10% CO2 by quality in that reservoir. So high CO2 reservoirs in the gas field. And you can see there's a really big red blob over Southeast Asia. We have so many reservoirs across Southeast Asia and in Australia and elsewhere where we have a high CO2 problem. Now, CCS can not only help develop gas fields in the future, we can develop those high CO2 gas fields, but take that CO2 and sequester it. But also it can be a solution for existing gas fields where we're just taking that CO2 today and venting it directly into the atmosphere. CCS can help solve that problem as well. Next slide, please. So the idea of CCS is growing exponentially. There's only a handful of producing projects today, but in the future, it could be many, many more. We have a database of CCS projects that we track, and you can see that from the end of 2020, Q on Q, this is showing how that project pipeline is growing. Within 12 months, hundreds of millions of tons of potential capacity of project have been proposed. That's just in 12 months. Now, a lot of those projects might not actually proceed to full development, but it shows you that in a very, very short period, the CCS industry and the CCUS industry has grown very, very quickly. Next slide, please. If we should look at it from a map perspective, certain clusters really leap out. Asia Pacific is one. We have a lot of projects emerging in this region. Many of them are also upstream focused. Similarly, in the Middle East, that's another cluster there of CCS projects. Many of them are also upstream focused. Then we go to the North Sea in Europe, very different business model there, much more hub-based. And then we have the really probably the fastest growing market, which is North America, based on tax credits and other elements. And there's a whole range of projects there, from very small to very large in scale. Next slide, please. So you may think that, well, this CCS industry, you know, this could be a really big thing, and you're right. But if we actually want to hit some of those net zero targets that other sessions have talked about, we're not even close to where we need to be. So that light blue bar is current proposed capacity. The dark blue bar is where we see our base case if we carry on our current trajectory by 2050. But if we want to limit global warming by 2 degrees, which we call our AAT2 scenario, then that's that yellow bar. And if we want to limit global warming by 2 degrees, sorry, by 1.5 degrees, that's that green bar. As per Paris Agreement, we would have to take our current pipeline and multiply it 10, 12, 14 times. So that's good news in a way. You know, we've got a very fast growing CCS industry, but we haven't really even begun on this journey yet. Much more is needed, whether it's CCS, CCUS, direct air capture, nature-based solutions. The whole gamut is going to be required to get us to where we need to get to. Next slide, please. So coming back to the idea of upstream CCS, this is where the industry is effectively being born. And this is where we're going to learn how to do this before we can really ramp it up at scale. And there are 4 fundamental challenges to upstream CCS. And I've put them from left to right, and they get more and more difficult as you go to the right-hand side. So you've got subsurface, we've got regulation, we've got costs, and we've got commerciality. Now, subsurface is a problem. It is a risk. But the good news is the upstream industry is the only people who can solve this problem. They understand reservoirs. They're the only people who can actually work out how to get vast amounts of CO2 and sequester that underground. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy, and that doesn't mean there isn't going to be risk. But what we need is time, and we need investment to understand that risk, quantify it, and then make it effectively reduce it. Then we have regulation. Now, this is time as well. Companies' desire to implement CCS is moving far faster than governments can create legislation. Most countries have no regulation to take into account carbon and CCS sequestration risk and fiscals and all that's needed around that. So that will take time. However, Australia and Indonesia have created great progress in just 2 years in moving forward their carbon legislation. So that's a good sign. It shows it can be done. Where there's a will, there is a way. Costs remain a massive unknown. So few projects and cost estimates, as I'll show you later on a cost curve, are vary dramatically. And then lastly, commerciality. This is the most difficult problem of all. Effectively, if you want to do CCS today, it is a cost. It is a cost on your business. You're doing it because you want to decarbonize. Maybe you're doing it because it's the right thing to do, but you're not doing it because it's making you money. So the cost of implementing CCS today is far higher in most cases than any carbon tax. So until carbon taxes and carbon pricing further evolves, CCS today it's difficult to see how it will be a business in the near term. Though, of course, as I'll show you later, the potential for it to be a business are enormous as we look a little further out. Next slide, please. So this is a cost curve. We're back. We've costed hundreds of CCS projects. The red, so if the far left is the lowest cost, and we move up to the right, we're higher cost to deliver CCS or CCUS. The red is upstream projects. They are the lowest cost because you're going to separate that CO2 from the gas stream anyway. You have to do that to sell the clean gas. It's just today, people just vent that into the atmosphere. With CCS, you just find a suitable reservoir, aquifer, and then you sequester it. As we look up, we can see hydrogen, we can see coal-fired power projects, we can see gas-fired power projects. They are much, much more complicated, they're much more expensive. That's why I was saying upstream has to lead the way. We have to show how this business can evolve and how we can do this. And the bigger hub projects, they're even off to the far right-hand side of this chart. Costs up to 150, 200 tons of CO2. And then next slide, and this is my final slide. So just some key messages that I wanted to leave you with. It is very clear that the pressure in the upstream industry to decarbonize can only increase. It will only go in one direction now. There are, moreover, as countries and companies all set different types of net zero target, the role and importance of CCS can only grow. Is you can't get to net zero without carbon capture. Is an essential part of the puzzle. Obviously, there are some challenges along the way, and I've touched upon those. None of, however, I think are unsurmountable. And then lastly, this is going to be a huge opportunity going forward. The carbon market is worth billions today, but if you think about how it will have to grow in the future, it will be worth trillions. So that's a pretty big market opportunity if you can get some significant CCS projects up and running. And as my final kind of header says, upstream effectively needs CCS to remain investable. I spoke to a number of operators around Australia and Southeast Asia about why are they doing CCS and some of the problems. And this phrase kept popping up. We need to do CCS to remain investable. So I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you. 고맙습니다. 네, 현장에서는 또
Thank you so much. And the many are responding with a big round of applause, and thank you very much. So we heard upstream CCS can ambitious match reality. Thank you so much, Mr. Angus Roger.
이렇게 네 번째 세션 진행을 하고 있는데요.
So we are in session 4.
이어가겠습니다. 이번에는
So in session number 4, I'm going to invite the next speaker. The speaker will talk about the role of LNG in energy transition. Andrew Berry, Vice President of Global LNG Marketing and Chairman of ExxonMobil LNG Market Development, will deliver the presentation. And he will join us via Zoom to answer your questions later. And let's watch the video clip on his presentation.
Ayung Haseyu, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. It's truly been an unprecedented period of time these last 18 months, and I hope everyone is safe and healthy. And while this time has been challenging both personally and professionally, I find myself optimistic about the future and how the energy industry will continue to play an important role in meeting both the world's energy needs as well as finding new ways to lower emissions. And to do that, it'll take everyone working together, just like we've been with Korea for many decades. ExxonMobil and Korea have a long-standing history together. ExxonMobil has contributed to Korea's economy for close to 50 years by reliably supplying LNG, chemicals, and lubricants. In 1986, ExxonMobil was responsible for the first LNG deliveries ever made to Korea, and we cooperated with major Korean shipyards in constructing numerous oil and gas facilities and LNG ships. It's been great to see our relationship grow and develop over the years, and we look forward to continuing our collaborative partnership for many years to come. Looking at natural gas, we know it's a versatile, abundant, and lower emission fuel, and it already plays a key role in the energy transition by significantly reducing greenhouse gas emissions when natural gas is used instead of coal in power generation and in many industrial sectors. In addition, natural gas can support higher penetration of renewables, lowering greenhouse gas emissions in the power sector by maintaining reliability, resilience, and stability of the grid. The 14th Korea Natural Gas Plan projects LNG demand growth from approximately 42 million tonnes per annum in 2021 to around 48 million tonnes by 2034. This also includes potential additional almost 5 million tonnes high demand case versus the base demand to manage volatility in power generation. And that growing demand is not just in Korea. With a growing global population that is seeking greater economic prosperity, the demand for affordable and reliable energy will increase, particularly in developing countries. Meeting future energy demand therefore will require a diverse, interconnected mix of energy sources, which must collectively also reduce emissions. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, the United Nations body for assessing the science related to climate change, maintains models for future energy demand and energy mix. These are among the most respected and cited models in the world. On average, the varying scenarios project by 2040 renewable sources like wind and solar grow in their share of the global energy mix, coal significantly decreases, and there remains an essential role for natural gas while meeting the objectives of the Paris Agreement. The continuing demand for natural gas is concentrated in three sectors: power generation, industrial and commercial transportation. A growing population with higher living standards drives the demand for power generation for electricity. Growing economies lead to greater levels of industrial activities that require high-density fuel and fuel feedstock. Growing populations and greater industrialisation also increases demand for commercial transportation. In the future, the IPCC projects that these sectors will account for about 80% of energy demand, a similar level to today. There is currently a lack of alternatives to meet the full range of these needs in these three important sectors that underpin modern living standards today. As a result, for society to meet its ambitions for a lower carbon energy future, emissions in these hard to decarbonise sectors need to be addressed. And this is the space that ExxonMobil is playing an important role. At ExxonMobil, we seek to be a leader in society's drive for a lower carbon future. We believe it is critical to build a systematic approach to identifying technology and policy options to manage greenhouse gas emissions right across the LNG value chain. We also believe that it is unlikely that any one single technology will be sufficient. Along with natural gas for certain industries, hydrogen also has significant potential as a low carbon replacement fuel. We believe that blue hydrogen, which comes from natural gas coupled with carbon capture and storage, can be scaled and lower cost than the alternatives. Korea's 2050 carbon neutrality scenarios recently released shows a significant role for hydrogen and CCS as well. And ExxonMobil is currently actively engaged with multiple Korean parties with respect to blue hydrogen and CCS opportunities. Our new low-carbon solution business is focusing on commercialising low-carbon opportunities, including CCS, hydrogen and low-emission fuels. We see these technologies as key to lower emissions in hard-to-decarbonise sectors such as commercial, transportation and industry. ExxonMobil has unique expertise and technical solutions developed over decades. Since 1970, ExxonMobil has captured more CO2 than any other company, accounting for approximately 40% of cumulative CO2 that has ever been captured, with projects operating in the United States, Europe, Australia and Qatar. ExxonMobil is currently evaluating over 20 CCS opportunities that have potential to be commercially viable through a convergence of advanced technologies and supportive policies. In this part of the world, we are assessing opportunities for an Asia-Pacific CCS hubs, recognising that sources of CO2 emissions in some locations may not be in close proximity to large-scale CO2 storage locations. Providing reliable and affordable energy to meet the needs of society, while at the same time reducing emissions and advancing lower carbon options will require broad solutions. These solutions must be supported by sound and pragmatic government policies that leverage market forces, are fit for purpose, transparent and non-discriminatory. With effective partnerships both in the private and public sectors, natural gas can unlock cost-effective long-term energy solutions as a partner with low-carbon gases and renewables. One of the key features of the LNG market over the years has been the recognition of the value of long-term trusted relationships. Today, those relationships are more important than ever. Each of our customers are dealing with the dual challenge of how to transition to a net zero world while providing for a growing population with growing energy needs. At ExxonMobil, we are using our experience and capability to help our customers identify the right solutions for their needs, proactively collaborating to advance policy and technology development in support of net zero. The need for energy is universal, and while we are in the midst of an evolving energy landscape and a changing marketplace, we remain excited about the critical role natural gas will continue to play in powering the global economy while lowering emissions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you very much. 고맙습니다. 엑소모빌의
Thank you so much. Andrew Berry, Vice President of ExxonMobil Global LNG Marketing, delivered his presentation, and he'll join us via Zoom later to answer many of the questions the audience and YouTube participants might have.
The next presentation is titled Sustainable Future of Fossil Fuel, and it will be delivered by the Chairman and CEO of IEEJ, Tatsuya Terazawa. So we have him on Zoom live. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Let me jump into my presentation. Page 2, please. Slide 2, please. In our challenge towards carbon neutrality, we will do our best to promote renewable energies. But unfortunately, in Asia, many countries face constraints in introducing renewable energies. Looking at solar power, many areas in Asia, relatively speaking, compare with the deserts in North Africa, Middle East, or Australia, or the sun belts in the Americas, only have modest solar power available. And the flat land necessary for solar panels would have to compete with other uses, such as farming, in the densely populated Asia. And in Asia, in most areas, we have a long rainy season. The strong and constant wind that Europe enjoys is not available in most parts of Asia. And the occasional typhoons and cyclones would completely stop the wind turbines from generating power. Next slide, please. On the other hand, Asia is the growth center of the world. And with stronger economic growth, there should be growth in the demand for energy. But as I explained, Asia faces a number of constraints in the use of renewable energies. So renewable energies alone cannot support the strong economic growth in Asia. And there is also the problem with intermittency. What do I mean by intermittency? The power generated by solar panels and wind turbines fluctuates. And there is a need to balance this fluctuation to have a stable supply of electricity. In Asia, this intermittency problem is more serious than other regions because Asia depends more on solar panels. And with solar panels, there's a challenge to provide power during nighttime. And the long rainy season in Asia complicates this problem. Batteries can provide some balancing function, but batteries are very expensive. And batteries are not well suited to store power for a long period to deal with the question of the rainy seasons. So for these reasons, I strongly believe that thermal power would continue to be necessary in Asia for the foreseeable future to support the strong economic growth as well as to deal with the intermittency of renewable energies. But we have to look at the fuel of thermal power. We would have to make the transition from coal to gas to reduce carbon dioxide emission. Next slide, please. This chart shows you the magnitude of CO2 reduction. Natural gas, as stressed by Barry, is much cleaner than other energies. Looking at CO2, natural gas produces 43% less CO2 compared with coal. So by making the transition from coal to natural gas, we can realize a very substantial reduction in the CO2 emission. Having said so, natural gas will still be emitting CO2. Next slide, please. So this leads us to hydrogen and ammonia. In burning hydrogen, there is no CO2 emission. But in the absence of pipelines, transportation is a challenge. We would have to cool it, the hydrogen, to below minus 253 degrees Celsius to transport it as liquid. This would make the transportation of hydrogen very expensive. And also, the infrastructure and the international market for hydrogen do not exist today, so we need to develop these from scratch. Ammonia also does not emit CO2 at burning. And the beauty of ammonia is that we only need to cool it to below minus 33 degrees to turn it into liquid. So the transportation cost of ammonia is substantially lower than transporting hydrogen. And we already have infrastructure and the international market for ammonia available. But there's also a problem with ammonia. There is a potential limitation for its applications. For example, fuel cell vehicles would require hydrogen and not ammonia. Next slide, please. There are three ways to produce hydrogen. The first one is gray hydrogen. This is to produce hydrogen from fossil fuel, but in the process, CO2 would be emitted to the atmosphere, so it would be bad for the environment. To deal with this problem, there is the next option, blue hydrogen. The CO2 would be captured and utilized or stored. In the CCUS or CCS, as Angus explained, this would decarbonize the production process for hydrogen. And large volume of hydrogen can be produced at a single location as long as there is access to fossil fuel and access to CCUS locations. The third option is green hydrogen. Hydrogen will be produced from water using renewable power. This would have the smallest carbon footprint, so it is good for the environment, but it will be very, very expensive since the cost of electrolysis remains very expensive. And additionally, production tends to be less stable because this depends on the fluctuation of power generation by renewable energies. Next slide, please. So with these understandings, let me explain the multiple paths towards carbon neutrality through the use of fossil fuels. The first path is to make the transition from coal and oil to gas, LNG in particular. LNG will be used to generate power. LNG will be used to produce heat for the industrial use. And as the cost of hydrogen gets lower, the fuel can be switched from LNG to blue hydrogen, followed by green hydrogen. The next path would start with the co-firing of blue ammonia with coal in the power generation. The following step would be using 100% ammonia to generate power, and ammonia can be used for shipping, and ammonia can be used to produce heat for the industrial use. And as cost goes down, green ammonia can be used. And as the cost for hydrogen gets lower, blue hydrogen and green hydrogen can be used, especially for uses in which hydrogen would be necessary, such as hydrogen-based steel production or fuel cell vehicles. Next slide, please. But to make these paths into reality, we will be facing major challenges. The first is the cost of transportation. My institute, IEJ, has conducted a comparative study on the cost of transporting hydrogen, blue hydrogen, from Saudi Arabia to Japan. The timing is as of 2030. The most expensive option is to liquefy hydrogen. As I said, we need to cool it down to minus 253 degrees to turn it into liquid. This is very expensive. The less expensive option would be to use MCH as a carrier. or using ammonia as a carrier. In both cases, MCH and ammonia would have to be reconverted to hydrogen in Japan to be used as hydrogen. But the cheapest option for transportation is the left option, the option toward the left. Using ammonia as it is, as fuel to be burned, without reconverting to hydrogen, this is the cheapest option to transport hydrogen. The next slide, please. The next challenge is the cost of producing hydrogen. We have done a similar comparative analysis of supplying blue and green hydrogen to Japan. The timing is as of 2030, and we have used the same transportation method, in this case, using ammonia as the carrier. It turns out that green hydrogen would be more expensive than blue hydrogen. And among the green hydrogen options, it appears that Chile will be able to supply a green hydrogen cheaper than other locations because we find the cost for renewable energies in Chile to be very cheap. Within the blue hydrogen options, Saudi Arabia seems to be able to supply hydrogen cheaper because of the cost of gas in Saudi Arabia is very cheap. So if we combine the cost of transportation and cost of production, it appears to us that blue ammonia will be the first step as a part of the hydrogen-based solution for us. Next slide, please. This is going back to the previous slide. I stress that the importance of pursuing multiple paths to realize carbon neutrality using fossil fuel. But in addition to going through multiple paths, I would like to stress the importance to proceed with several steps or stages. We cannot just jump to the more expensive option. Considering the cost differences that I've described, we should start with the less expensive option to be followed by more expensive option, expecting that the cost will be reduced in the future with innovation and with scale. As you can see, the first step would be making a transition from coal and oil to gas or LNG. That would be the first step. The second step would be to using blue ammonia, especially to be co-fired with coal to reduce carbon dioxide emission from the existing coal-fired power plants. And then with the cost reduction, we'll be able to use green ammonia. And with further cost reduction, we'll be using blue hydrogen and green hydrogen, especially for uses in which hydrogen will be important for fuel cell vehicles or hydrogen-based steel production. Next slide, please. As I said, we consider blue ammonia as the first step as a part of the hydrogen-based solution. And in fact, my institute, IAJ, conducted a pilot test of blue ammonia with Saudi Aramco in 2020. We produced ammonia from the gas produced in Saudi Arabia. It produced ammonia, blue ammonia, shipped that blue ammonia to Japan, and co-fired ammonia in our power plants in Japan. And the CO2 emitted in Saudi Arabia was captured and used for production of methanol or for EOR. The results of this pilot test has been very promising. But the supply chain for ammonia or blue ammonia is at a very, very, very early stage. Next slide, please. Japan, Korea, and Taiwan share the common energy demand and supply issues. We do not enjoy the cheap and rich renewable energies which may be available in some other regions. And we are not connected with other regions with transmission lines or pipelines. And for these reasons, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan have been leading the world in the development of the LNG market and the LNG supply chain. I strongly believe that we can replicate this success in the LNG in our challenge to develop the market and supply chain for ammonia and hydrogen. We need to have scale to reduce cost. If Japan and Korea and Taiwan can work together to realize the scale, with the economy of scale, we can expect to lower the cost. And with lower cost, we can expect to increase the demand for ammonia and hydrogen. And with larger demand, we can achieve scale to further reduce the cost. So we will get into a virtuous cycle. It took us decades to develop the LNG market. But for ammonia and hydrogen, we don't have the luxury of time. We have the 2050 goal, but also the 2030 NDC. So we have to do it in a much faster way. So for this reason, I'm urging all the participants in the audience that this time, let us, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, together with energy companies like ExxonMobil, to work together to develop this market and supply chain for ammonia and hydrogen together. The next slide, please. This is the final slide. We believe that carbon neutrality can be achieved with fossil fuel in multiple paths. Natural gas will play a vital role to reduce carbon emissions by replacing other fossil fuels, especially coal, and to address the intermittency problem of variable renewable energy, as well as to support the strong growth in our economy in Asia. Utilization of hydrogen will proceed with the adoption of blue ammonia at the early stage. Green ammonia will then be utilized for power generation, shipping, and industrial fuel as its cost becomes lower, and especially for uses hard to support by ammonia, such as fuel cell vehicles or hydrogen-based steel production. Blue hydrogen will play an important role in the next phase until green hydrogen becomes cost competitive. Some people may be viewing fossil fuel as the enemy in our challenge toward carbon neutrality, but fossil fuel is not our enemy. The real enemy is CO2, not fossil fuel. Natural gas, in particular, if we use them in a wise manner, will be a friend and a reliable ally in the transition path toward carbon neutrality. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for giving us the useful information. 고맙습니다. 에너지 순수입국인 이
So as a net importer of energy, we heard the experience of Japan, and he emphasized the need for cooperation between the Japan, Taiwan, and Korea. Korea would like to learn from the Japan's experience and to find the answer to these challenges. Thank you very much, the chairman, the Terajawa, for sharing the wonderful information.
We are going to have a panel discussion session now, and the moderator will be Professor Han Young from Seoul National University. Let us welcome the moderator with a big round of applause. And also we have a panelist, Park Sun-gi, Vice President of Energy and Mineral Resources Development Association of Korea, EMRD. Welcome. And also we have the speakers joining us as panelists. So we'll have a discussion on the future cooperative measures and the future policy ideas for the future. So I'm going to hand over the microphone to Professor Ha Eun-young. Thank you. Thank you. I am the moderator, Ha Eun-young, professor at Seoul National University.
Professor at Seoul National University. It's an honor to be the chair of this discussion session. We had 3 wonderful presentations so far, talking about CCS and natural gas, and then we have a very interesting suggestion about Japan, Korea, and Taiwan cooperations by Professor Terajawa. We First, we'll give you our microphone to Mr. Park, who is a Vice Chairman of Energy Mineral Resources Development Association of Korea. So he will talk about, I guess, Korea's oil and gas industry position. Please.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Park Sun-gi, Vice President of Energy and Mineral Resource Development Association of Korea. As you're well aware, Korea doesn't have fossil fuels, so we have to have those developed abroad and have those imported to Korea. And we are an association of companies involved in this very business. So, on behalf of my association, I really enjoyed listening to all the presentations. By 2050, we have net zero 2050. I do have my fingers crossed that Korea can achieve the goal by then. But in order to have success, there's one thing we need to pay attention to. That is the issues about energy security. So in the perspective of energy security, I'd like to make several comments. So the Japanese speaker has mentioned something similar regarding new and renewables. Although these are produced in Korea, in terms of solar and wind energies, Korea actually does not have abundant resources for solar and wind. So new and renewables, the supply situation in Korea is very, very small to meet the demand. So electricity is the form where demand is created. Electricity is hard to store. Immediately it is produced, it has this nature of being consumed. But in Korea, we actually are known as the island of energy or electricity, meaning that when we are lacking electricity, we cannot import it, and for electricity that is excess, we cannot even export it. So we actually have to make our ends meet, make a balance between supply and demand. We were thinking maybe batteries could be the answer to find the solutions in, but technologically speaking, economically speaking, definitely not tangible options available. So in order to come up with a complementary measures for these shortcomings, we think ammonia and hydrogen, but we have poor conditions for hydrogen and ammonia. We have poor conditions for production of these. And according to government's plan, after 2050, 50% or more of the hydrogen might be imported from other countries, according to many experts. So as such, we need to recognize the shortcomings we have in Korea in pursuing energy transition. In this aspect, the 2050, when we have net zero, the coal and oil and LNG as fossil fuels will still play roles as they have done so in the past, and it's something written down in the document of the government's plan. But for the next 30 years, in the area of fossil fuels, which are to serve as sources of supply, there are a lot of difficulties. Let's take a look at the coal area, for example. Even by 2030, still coal probably would have to bear with 20% of the total energy mix. And still now, in terms of developing and producing and usage of coal, it's kind of breaking down now. There has been a big shock due to the coal shortage, and there actually the development of the lack of urea water, which was a very big issue these days. And also, it's becoming more and more difficult for companies to procure resources. And take a look at the oil area. Maybe things are better off there. However, still many Korean companies would show very passive attitude in overseas projects for oil. And there's also LNG as a bridging or transitional energy. things are a bit better though. According to Net Zero 2050 plan, by 2050, the contribution of LNG is zero. I mean, it was like 5 or 6% in scenario A though. However, as for LNG, still after 2050, it will no longer be applicable. However, now, in order to establish new LNG facilities, their lifespan will be about 20 or 30 years from now on. So, but it seems like there are some movements to control the funding or funneling of the resources needed there. So, given all of these current situations, by the year 2050, where we want to achieve net zero, stable supply of energy might be very challenging. So, on this note, those in the 30 would have very in-depth discussions and reflection to secure ways for energy security to be guaranteed. Last but not least, I'd like to mention Nord Stream 2. It is something, gas pipeline is to be connected through Germany and Russia, and is to be completed by the end of this year. And for Germany, as you're well aware, it is an advanced country in terms of new renewables, and Germany has adjacent countries like France, where it has very good conditions for exchanging electricity. Even that country of Germany is trying hard to install a pipeline for natural gases and energy. So we need to think about stable supply of energy. We need to make sure that there is no problems in the secure supply of it.
Thank you, Mr. Bach. I guess you three would notice a little bit about Korea's situation. And I believe everybody in this era was quite surprised by more than 100 countries' declaration of net zero, starting from 2019. I was vice president of International Association of Energy Economics 2017 and 18. No one actually had talked about this, the problems in oil and gas industry so far. Even we had Paris Climate Agreement at the end of 2015, but all of a sudden, this is a session no one has talked about, and now we need to talk about the futures of oil and gas. So I was wondering, I need to ask Angus and Andrew and Tatsuya, how serious it is, how different, starting from Paris Agreement in 2015, and now we see net zero era. Although it's just a declaration, it's not an agreement or accord or whatever. But then it seems like everybody's talking about this and it becomes quite serious. And as an analyst and the vice president of the chairman of each institution, how do you think, as an analyst and vice president, how do you actually discuss this matter in your institution? How serious it is?
Sure. I mean,
Angus.
it's massively serious, and it's fascinating because this all happened so quickly. The conversations I was having with the upstream industry 2-3 years ago are completely, almost seem like irrelevant now compared to the conversations I'm having now. All the conversations revolve around the same thing: decarbonization, carbon taxes, CCS, hydrogen. This is where industry is really focused its attention. And then we've just had COP26, and there's been some progress there. But it just showed also the conflict as well between producing countries and consuming countries, between developing countries and developed countries. Reaching any kind of agreement between all of these people is obviously, with different ambitions and priorities, is obviously immensely difficult. But for me, if we're talking about net zero and where we kind of go from here and how the conversations will change, I think for me, what happened was at COP26, we saw lots of countries sign net zero pledges, some 2050, some 2060, some 2070. For me, the real bone of contention that we're going to discuss going forward is interim targets. So South Korea, Japan, UK have interim targets by 2030. So you can benchmark them. They need to do stuff the next couple of years. They need to make progress now. Whereas other countries don't effectively just have a 2070 target and nothing in between. And being politicians, potentially they don't feel any pressure to do anything today. And that's a really, really big problem, because we need to start tackling the problem today and work on it and not wait decades out. So for me, that kind of question of interim targets is really important. And I think countries like South Korea and Japan, even though they're on a very different trajectory from a China or India, and we must bear that in mind, are kind of doing the right thing by setting those interim targets.
Thank you. Mr. Barry?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to join the Q&A session and present. It was the first time I'd seen my presentation. I didn't realise my kid's dog was in the background sleeping the whole time. I hope you found my presentation more exciting than my dog in the background. I second what Angus was saying with respect to that what has changed, I would say, is the urgency around it. At ExxonMobil, we've supported the Paris Agreement from the beginning, but what has changed, I think, from what we're seeing in the last couple of years is a broader range of policy support that's coming out of countries, and also the support ultimately, which is the most important, is down to the consumer level, right? And I think that when you think of the population and the way that different countries are voting and the focus on climate change, and you're going to need that level of recognition of the challenges and the support of policies to ultimately make things happen. And that, I think, has been what has been a significant change and certainly has accelerated and put additional focus on what we all need to do from whether it's governments, whether it's industry, whether it's companies, we're going to have to work together in partnership. And I really liked what Terazawa-san was talking with respect to, there's got to be multiple paths. We've got to do multiple things. We've got to work together. And ultimately what we've got to do is find the lowest cost, lowest emission technology to be able to continue to supply the energy to the world that the world needs, and it's going to come in multiple forms. And we've got to work on it all, and we've got to work on it all together.
Professor Terazawa, you worked at the Japanese government too, so I guess you know quite a lot of policies about policy changes and so forth. I was wondering if you could talk about how serious it is in Japan and or in the world about this net zero declaration.
Well, I have to confess that this is very, very, very serious. Compared with the previous pledge of reducing GHG emission by a certain percentage, pledging net zero is completely different. And it sent a shock wave to the Japanese industry as a whole. We made the pledge as a country, so we have to do our best to realize, to reach this carbon neutrality by 2050. But as I said, it is extremely challenging. And probably the audience in Korea would understand. You share the same problems with us. We don't have access to the rich and cheap renewable energies in Korea or in Japan. And in Japan, we used to try to use nuclear power, but because of Fukushima, while we are still continuing to use nuclear, there is a political and public support question with nuclear. So there is a limitation in how much we can expand the use of nuclear. So with these as a background, and we have to think about the competitiveness of our industry. We will be trying to use renewable energy as much as possible. And renewable energies would certainly help turning the power sector into a zero emission power sector. And we will increase the electrification of our society and our economy. But based on our best estimate, the percentage of power sector as a percentage of total energy demand will probably be around 40% for Japan and for many other countries. People talk about renewable energies, but basically they apply directly to the power sector and not necessarily to the non-power sector. Barry referred to the non-power sector as hard to decarbonize sector. And this is about 60% of the total demand. And it can be much of them would be commercial transportation, but even more important is the industrial use. High temperature heat cannot be produced by power. It would have to use some kind of LNG or hydrogen or ammonia to produce such a high degree of temperature of heat. And the steel production, if we cannot use cokes in the future, it would have to use hydrogen from the best available information. So to realize carbon neutrality and to ensure that our industry can keep its competitiveness, we would need to expand the option of hydrogen and ammonia. But providing or supplying ammonia and hydrogen is not sufficient. We face international competition, and we have to ensure that we will be able to supply hydrogen and ammonia at the cheapest possible manner. And this is the challenge. I think Angus mentioned that the biggest challenge for CCUS was commercial cost and commercial ability. And the same applies for hydrogen and ammonia. And this is the biggest challenge. Certainly, innovation technology would be required, and policies would have to put into place to induce the development and investment in hydrogen and ammonia. But since we cannot produce hydrogen and ammonia because of the shortage of renewable energies, we would have to import them from somewhere. And that's the reason why I stressed the importance of developing a global supply chain. And Japan alone cannot do this. We have to work together with other user countries like Korea and Taiwan to realize the scale I described. We need to have the support from big major energy companies like ExxonMobil to fully commit and participate and develop this market. And we need to have the support from gas producing countries, because we believe blue hydrogen, blue ammonia will be cheaper for the time being. So we depend upon LNG and gas production from those countries. So we need a collaboration of many players together to realize this. Now, people accept LNG as a common understanding, take LNG as granted. But it was only in 1969, I think it was in December of 1969, that the first ship carrying LNG arrived in Japan from Alaska. That was only in 1969. It was followed by Brunei, LNG from Brunei in 1973. But since then, it took us once again decades. But at the time, 50 years ago, nobody really dreamed of seeing LNG as a major pillar of the energy supply as we see today. Back in 1969, oil was much cheaper. LNG was more expensive, more difficult to handle LNG. And many people doubted if LNG could be an option. But a similar thing happened 50 years ago. In Japan, we faced a serious air pollution issue. So we had to go beyond the cost. We had to find fuel which would be less damaging to the air. So that was the reason that companies chose LNG as an option. Then, in spite of the relatively high cost and in spite of the difficulty of handling LNG, but we started from nowhere. And now we see the success of LNG. So I strongly believe that if we were successful in doing this with LNG, we can do it with ammonia and hydrogen. But as I said, we have to do it in a much faster speed, and that would require a concerted efforts among Japan, Korea, Taiwan, together with the large energy companies like ExxonMobil, together with countries like Saudi Arabia. So we have to do it fast. This is my message.
Thank you. We all agree, I guess, we need corporations and we need fast movement and fast actions. And then, but then for the last couple of months, we've heard too many options. so many wonderful ideas, including, pretty much every ideas so far. But then we need to choose, we need to focus on a couple of things, I guess. So I was wondering if you could talk about what needs to be done right away. Should he focus on research and development, like especially hydrogen area? Not many countries, including, Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, but also USA and others, have their own, technology that we could actually use for. Well, on the other hand, CCS, yeah, you could do that, but the problem is, the money, that you cannot actually get anything out of it. So what should we do right now? Should we go for more investment on the current oil and gas industry, or should we build a new facilities over there, or should we go for research and development more, or should we go for ask government to give us credit, subsidy, or support so that we could have more time and more money to prepare for it? Well, yeah, in Korea, we talked about Japan, Korea, Taiwan, not just Japan, Korea, Taiwan, but we talked about Japan, Mongolia, Russia connections, and all the others. But then it's not really easy. It takes a lot of money and efforts, and most of all, it takes a lot of time actually to achieve it. So I was wondering if you are in a position, that you could decide whatever you want. What do you think is needed right away so that we could go ahead and prepare future a lot more easier, or better, I should say? For this time, I would go for Professor Terazawa first. Sorry about that, but yes. So what's needed right away? What say for Japanese? Yes.
Yeah, but I think I stress the importance of hydrogen and ammonia, and I strongly believe that is important, but it will take time. The analysis I shared with you is aiming at 2030 as the target year for the introduction of hydrogen and ammonia, and making that comparison. That implies that we would need some time before the broader use of hydrogen and ammonia. For the immediate future, we would need natural gas, LNG, not just for Japan, but for Asia, because the global climate issue cannot be solved by any single country. And actually, CO2 emission by Japan and Korea as a percentage of the global carbon dioxide emission is not that great. It is more important to try to reduce the carbon dioxide emission in Asia, which is growing and probably increasing its carbon dioxide emission. So we have to ensure that there will be sufficient supply of LNG to support the energy transition from coal to LNG in Asia. And that would require financing to support the investment in Asia, as well as steady investment in the upstream. We are gravely concerned about some of the suggestions triggered by the IEA report, Roadmap for the Net Zero Emission, that argue that there should be no new upstream investment to realize carbon neutrality in 2050. But we are worried that there are 29 years remaining between now and 2050. So the goal of net zero is very important in 2050, but this 29 years, the process is very important. So we should avoid facing any possibility of a gas shock in the next 29 years. So what we need to do right away is continued and steady investment in the upstream, and also helping financing the Asian countries to make the transition. As for ammonia and hydrogen, certainly R&D and demonstration is certainly necessary. We are checking how much co-firing we can make safely with ammonia with coal. So that is very important. But probably what is also important is to put into place a sort of a predictability in the policy framework for the future. In the absence of credible policy framework for the future, no company would invest in ammonia or hydrogen because it's costly. It's more expensive than oil and gas. So there has to be policy intervention, a framework for the future. But that policy framework should not be introduced today because the alternatives have not been developed. So we need a time framework, time frame, and also policy framework to induce various players to seriously invest in ammonia and hydrogen. That's my answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Park wants to talk about Korean case. I guess he wants to talk about to Korean government about, please.
Correct. I mean, most of the energies we import from other countries. So in the energy transition, I mean, if there's any problem with the import, transitioning itself might fail. So that's the chronic and inherent issue we have in Korea. So in the process of energy transition, we need to think about stable energy supply and security, make sure that there is no issue occurring in energy security. There must be thorough monitoring system in place to ensure energy security to be very tight. That I think is a top priority at this point.
네, 고맙습니다. Thank you. I'll ask Andrew Berry about the ExxonMobil case. The previous session we had a presenter from SK, one of the biggest Korean oil and gas company. SK invests quite a lot of money in the future, including hydrogen and everything. So how's ExxonMobil's preparation in the future, for the future? Can I ask?
Yeah, let me come back to the question, and I'll move on to those specifics. But I do think that we've got to be doing it all, right? I mean, I think that every single opportunity that is available and each country is going to be different, each project's different, and ultimately we've got to be working as hard as we can to find that lowest cost, lowest emission solution for everything that we're doing, right? Whether it's on the renewables, whether it's on hydrogen, whether it's on ammonia, whether it's on CCS, we've got to be doing it all. But when you come back and you say, what is the most impactful thing that can be done? It is around the policy space and around the carbon pricing that sort of levels across sort of different industries to be able to make sure that each sort of opportunity that is being worked is done on a level playing field, right? And so ultimately, when you're looking to reduce the emissions, you've got to be able to have an appropriate pricing mechanism for that to happen so that investors can make the relative investments. And it's got to be looked at for all the different cases, right? I mean, what's the cost of having renewables with batteries versus hydrogen with CCS and et cetera, and work through those. But you need a pricing mechanism which is non-discriminatory to make sure that you've got those investment opportunities. And then when you look at the opportunities specifically in Korea, and we're talking to multiple companies about what we can do in the hydrogen space. And one of the things that I think is important and where we're doing a lot of study work is to try to understand what is the lowest cost hydrogen and where should the hydrogen be produced. If you think about from a green hydrogen perspective and the transportation costs to whether it's Japan, Korea, Taiwan, or any other country in Asia Pacific, as been talked previously and through these presentations, cooling it down to minus 250 degrees Celsius and the cost of that, what we're looking at is if you bring LNG into the country and then you can concentrate the CO2 through the combustion of the product to produce hydrogen, or whether it's into the power grid, concentrate that CO2 and then transport that CO2 into a carbon sequestration hub within Asia Pacific, is that the most cost-effective way to get the lowest emissions and the lowest cost solution for energy demand? And so we're looking at multiple opportunities around that space. And as just recently we announced that we've increased our planned expenditure on these technologies in our low carbon solutions group to be $15 billion between essentially now and 2025, which is a significant increase in what we have previously planned. So a lot of opportunity, a lot of work going on to make sure that we meet the needs of our customers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the final mic goes to Angus Roger, your analyst. So what's your forecast? How do you think what will happen in the near future? And what should we do?
Yeah, Well, that's an easy question to answer. That's a small one. So I'm going to come this a different direction. We've talked a lot about net zero and COP26. That's super important. Obviously, probably one of the most important things we can talk about. But 2021 should also be remembered for, we had energy crises around the world. We had LNG prices rocketing. We had real volatility in prices and supply from Russia to China, Australia, around the globe, big problems. And this highlighted how a stable energy market is so important to the world economy and for us to enjoy the things that energy brings us. So I have a number of concerns. One of them is investment. Investment needs to keep coming in oil and gas to enable that stable supply to happen. If it doesn't, then we're going to get more shocks, more price, more volatility, and that will create more instability. And then the second thing that concerns me is the role of gas. So Terazawa-san absolutely nailed it when he talked about the problems we have with renewables in Asia. They are the future of power generation, but they're not the future today. And if you saw in COP26, there's a lot of aggressive language around the phasing out of coal, which is probably one of the most important things we can do. But if we phase out coal, they need to switch to gas. They can't switch to renewables in Asia today. It's just not viable. So you need to switch to gas. Gas needs to be that bridging fuel. But industry at times seems to take it for granted. Gas in many areas is seen as oil and gas. It's the oil and gas industry. It's a terrible thing. It's, we should stop all investment in oil and gas. And that really worries me because gas is going to be so important. And if gas investment is frustrated by sort of publics and the government will, then end up, if you're China, you just end up burning more coal. If you're in India, you just end up burning more coal. So it's almost counterproductive. So my concerns in the short term are really around seeing investment flow into the oil and gas sector to keep things stable and allow us to transition away from coal towards gas. And I think the gas industry can do more to make sure that actually happens.
Thank you very much. So we could conclude that the future of oil and gas is we need to respond as soon as possible, and we will see a lot of future in natural gas and hydrogen and CCS, I believe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Roger, Mr. Barry, and Professor Terazawa for joining us at this wonderful conference. Thank you very much. Hope to see you soon in the near future in person. Okay. Thank you very much. 이걸로 세션을 끝내도록 하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We need another big round of applause to the moderators and all panelists. Thank you very much. 다시 한번 박수 부탁드릴까요? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Professor Hon Young from Seoul National University for serving as a moderator. We talked about various topics in the panel discussion session. For 2 days, we've had Korea Energy Transition Conference 2021. So we have heard so many discussions and innovation and integration ideas for net zero 2050. So it must have been very good time for those practitioners in the fields. I'd like to thank all the people for their participation throughout the 2 days. And for those of you joining us on YouTube, thank you so much for your participation. So before we have a final close, I'm going to introduce you some events, and then I'd like to do a wrap-up at the end. So many of you actually have written down your comments, and to show our appreciation, I'm going to select some of the comments to give you gifts. Mark Teto gave you some hints for the Scrabble event, and then he gave you the second hint. As I told you before, the 3 little words and the 2 more letters. If you combine all of these 5 letters, you have to get the words correct. So if you actually post your answers by clicking the link, you can participate in the event, and you will be able to see the results by 26th of November, and we'll show the results on the website and Instagram. A second hint. Remember the prior hint? I cannot say it again because this is opportunity given to those who participate in all the sessions. G and A are the 2 words or 2 letters as hints.
여러분께 드렸던 세 가지 글자와
So remember the three characters Magteto gave you, and all these 5 letters would make up the words. So if you participate in the link, we'll give you the gifts. So maybe you can refer back to the video of the sessions, and now we'll have a comment event. Having read many of your comments, I actually could see some of you writing great comments. 용기네요 actually said that lowest emission and the lowest cost. That was very strong and simple keywords. So I selected 용기네요. And 지혜로운 Genie. So I'd like to start first in acting out carbon emission reduction. 김희태, Korea hopefully could be at the forefront of net zero. And Kim Il-sung said, yes, I've been paying attention to all the sessions so well. So that was a short message, but very, very compelling. Chi-jun actually has been here with us yesterday and today. And the person said, it's great that we get to see such excellent speakers and panelists. And Tani said, global environment is changing so rapidly. And Rachel Lee said, I mean, the person was here yesterday and today. I could see the person's comments. Tato was wearing the light green necktie, and the person said that it was so pretty, so I selected that comments writer. So if you go to the link, you can write in your phone number. So please do so, and we'll send you the coffee coupons. Thank you so much for writing your comments and questions on the YouTube link. And one more person, 독도아리랑. Interpreters, 문소리, MC, and all the organizing staff members, thank you so much for your efforts. Thank you for saying that. So I'd like to thank everybody for your engagement and participation. So for those of you who participated yesterday and today, you also have a lucky draw to give out AirPods. This is the official end, but you can rewatch the videos on YouTube to reflect on what we have been discussing yesterday and today. Maybe spread the news to those around you until the time we achieve the goal of net zero 2050. With this, we have official closing, and I'd like to thank all the people for being with us till the end. I'd like to thank offline and online audiences, and I'd like to thank overseas panelists joining us via Zoom. I'd like to see you again next year. Thank you.